Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
Well, I'm riding around town, bumping shit that can feel.
You the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something now.
You the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What? Riding around town, bumping shit that can feel.
You the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something
Look,
now.
I'm sipping Bacardi, visualizing on the farm Ferrari.
Catch a buzz from the life that we store in the party.
My swag immaculate, kicking this rap shit till I'm 40.
It's like electricity, just float the
being easy with breezes and winding down and out, baby, I'm sorry.
Switch the game, change it up, falling off now hard.
Picture me rolling Maserati with some hoes in the back.
Switching lanes, taking pictures with a bitch in my lap.
Clap your hands, everybody, if you feel this shit.
KC,
bingo,
on the mic,
and that's it.
Take a trip down south that we call the Abyss.
I'm most curious about my silver Air Forces.
And we receiving major paper from multiple sources.
Of course, it's the bosses that handle the business.
Spice the game a little bit, cause the flavor diminished.
Like Kane and old dog, we society's menace.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 into the 4.
KC,
bingo, knocking at your door. Yeah, here it is again. Let's go, KC, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
Well, I'm riding around town, bumping shit that can feel.
You the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something
KC,
now.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What? Riding around town, bumping shit that can feel.
You the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something now. Attack the track like a lion, cause I'm so ferocious. When the wind blow, I fly, cause my image on posters. It be wise to decide to not try to approach us. Get burnt like bread when it's stuck in the toaster. And you hoes like clothes, I told you I fold you. In the mornings I have Folgers with my doja. I suppose it's time to smell the roses. Clear my mind, check the snakes is close.
I keep my status, my stamina, swagging on niggas just amateurs. Style stay funkin' and cannabis. It's scandalous the way these bitches try to handle us. It's city ball to ball swords in my Polaroid camera. I want my niggas on the propaganda. Welcome to this extravaganza. Hennessy, sipping weed, smoking enhancer. Even though we know that way to go is not the answer, I won't chance the opportunity to blow this shit. Take a shot at the target and I'm not gon' miss. Kicking, flipping, splitting, rip these rap niggas to bits. Let's go, KC, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What? I'm riding around town, bumping shit that can feel.
You the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something
KC,
now.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What? Riding around town, bumping shit that can feel.
You the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something now.
Like that. I like that, y'all. Like that. Like that. Like that, y'all. Like
hit it with the whip of all back, y'all.
Like that, y'all. Like that, y'all.
Here it is. KC, King Chaka.
We're gonna take a little break right now when we come back. We're gonna take a little break right now when we come back.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? What's good with you? We're back. Another installment. Remember, we want you to be an activist. And don't take my word for it. Look that shit up. Please do. Please do. Anyways, so the title, Did the Europeans Cannibalize the Caribbean? Yeah, we're going to talk about that a bit. We're going to talk about the origin of zombies and how it's all racialized. We're going to talk about tourism in the Caribbean and maybe a little bit about the banana wars and stuff like that. Anyways, I know we need to get some people in the chat. The show is all about you. You guys make the show. My show is going to be like different from everybody else's because once this thing really starts going, you guys are going to be the ones who produce the content. Because we want to hear what you have to say. Because a lot of people out there are going to want to hear what you have to say. So I want to hear what you have to say. And then I'm going to share it with others. Anyways, I used to read books a lot to my kids, before they go to sleep and stuff. Sometimes maybe they picked a book that I didn't like, or maybe I was just tired of reading that particular book. I would let them pick the book and read it to them. So then on those nights, I would make up stories like right off the top of my head and tell it to them. And they like that, they like that a lot. And to the point where, they would really prefer me to do that over reading actual books. So that's just a little bit of history. But let's do an experiment. Here we go. Let's see how it works out. Once upon a time, there was a guy. His name was Tim. Tim really liked to play baseball. And he had a sibling, and his sibling was older than him. It was a boy. His name was Tom. So we got Tim and Tom. Tom's the older one. Tim's the younger one. They walked to school together every day. One day when they were walking to school, they all of a sudden saw an alligator. It was on the sidewalk, blocking their way to get to school. Oh yeah, this is set in Louisiana, so that wouldn't be a necessarily out of place thing for you to be walking to school and there's the alligator in the way. So anyways, they're like, the younger one is like, yeah, man, it's a damn alligator right there. Tom's the older one is like, yeah, whatever, man. We're just going to go around him. We got to go to school. Tim, the younger one, he's like, fuck that. I got my J's on. I'm not trying to walk through them muddy, slushy stuff and get my shoes all hooded out before I get to school. Tom is like, well, then what do you plan on doing? He was like, well, we need to figure out a way to get this alligator out of the way so we can get to school. And like, lead him away or something. So it's like, what do you got in your? You got a lunch? Did you bring some lunch? You're like, I got peanut butter and jelly. You're like, I don't think the alligator's gonna be feeling that peanut butter and jelly. So they're like, damn, we got to figure something out. They're trying to work it out. Then they come up with a plan. They come up with a plan to distract the alligator with like noise or throwing rocks or something in a certain direction, hoping that the alligator goes that way. And so they start throwing these rocks like in the water, and the alligator kind of turns around, and then he just sits there. And then they're like, that shit is not working, bro. What the hell? So uh, so they keep going, trying to figure out a way to get past the alligator, and they can't. So they're like, they go back home. They go back home, and a tornado comes and destroys their house, and the end. That's kind of how I would do it when I would tell them stories or whatever. I like to take the plot in a certain way and then surprise them. They really always like that because it's kind of like the movies that you watch. You know, it's like the plot twist, right? Like whatever actually happens didn't have nothing to do with what the whole time the plot build up was about. That makes any sense? Anyways, I'm going to be doing stuff like that. I don't know how good that was, but I'm going to be doing stuff like that more often for y'all. Right now, I need to get ready for this show, get some people in the chat. Oh, man. I ain't gonna lie, I'm tired. I realize now I'll be really tired on these Wednesday segments because I'll be doing schoolwork and shit, and I'll be up late. Last night I chopped up some videos and dropped some new videos. If y'all, want to check that out. But that's part of the reason why my ass is tired. I went to sleep late. Anyways, while I try to get some people in here, let's play a little bit of this guy. I think a lot of people don't be hearing him or understanding what he's saying and stuff. He's always in a real philosophical type of way. And I don't agree with him on everything he says. He just has a really cool ass, like different ass perspective kind of on things that kind of open my mind. So that's what I like to do for y'all. Check it out while I try to get some people in here.
Relevant and interesting. I mean, I think J.K.L. Rowling is a transphobe. She's the one who's thinking that, like, if we let trans women go into bathrooms, they'll rape natal girls. And like, that's transphobic. I think rapists rape people, not trans people. Trans people just transition genders. That's no big deal. But if you're talking about rapists, that's a whole different thing. And why that? And so, like, Rowling, transphobe. Dave Chappelle, just a guy who is interested, right? So he says primarily that his fight is against whites. And if you don't understand how the gender fight actually is a fight against racism, then you don't really understand how gender norms emerge in order to support racism, right? So I'm going to give you a quick history of Black castration and the scientific arguments for Black castration. By the way, there's a great book called Measuring Manhood by Melissa Stein. She's a prof over at the University of Kentucky. And in the 4th chapter, I'll link it and put it in the description. She goes over the medical argument for castrating Black males, because it turns out we are biologically driven to rape white women. Although that's according to the medical consensus, if you trust the science of the time. And it's great because you got this Southern white doctor by the name of McGuire, and he's like, look, I didn't actually hear about the phenomenon of the Negro raping white women was almost unknown before the war between the states. McGuire was a Civil War doctor. He was like a young man in the Civil War, and then later on he's writing in defense of castration. He's like, the phenomenon of Negroes raping white women was unknown before the war between the states, but after the war between the states, it seems, I read the newspapers and it's everywhere. So it must be like a big deal. And an alternative explanation could be that after the Civil War, with the emancipation of Black men, we as in the United States, needed a legitimate excuse to terrorize the shit out of Black men. And so we needed them to be biologically determined rapists. We needed them to be rapists in order to to institute the forms of social control that the nation had gotten used to relative to black men, right? So we created the black male ideology, like rapist, in order to and it had to be biologically tied to their body. And then scientists at the time, medical scientists at the time, used that because they were the experts on the body in order to like gain for their own power play to get like honor as like an authority on America's race question, right? So they were like, no, you can't leave the race question up to mob violence when they're lynchings. That's inhumane and downright uncivilized and un-American. You leave it to the scientists who are rational, and they'll tell you that, like, well, actually, castration. And honestly, like, there's a page in here about circumcision that's like actually tied to. It went from being like a religious practice characterized by Jews to like a hygienic practice. That's not tied to the relegation of men's sexual desire lest they become rapists. So you had scientists arguing for black men to be castrated, circumcised and castrated as a function of trying to control their natural propensity to rape white women. Right? And so that and all of that emerges magically after the war between the states, after the Civil War. So as a response to black emancipation, we cut off black men's nuts, right? And the scientists lauded that as a kind of humane solution rather than lynching. We'll just castrate them. Plus, it'll serve as a deterrent. When you castrate someone, when you lynch someone, it's a spectacle, but then it fades away from memory. When you castrate someone, they're a walking reminder of what happens when you tick off the wrong white person. And so there's also a great quote I'm going to read from the book. Yeah, and make no mistake, white America likes black men without nuts. Like, they like the nutless variety. And let me tell you, the story of the 20th century is the story of liberalizing anti-black practices. So things that used to be done through external compulsion, like slavery or whatever, now get liberalized, and we start talking about debt peonage. And then we start talking about other kinds of schemes through which people voluntarily sign up for their own degradation. Voluntarily, but they're coerced by external circumstances. And are groomed to sign up for their own degradation. So we go, and it's not an accident, I think, that we go from a society that argues loudly and scientifically to castrate black men to a society that, where progressive politics and good politics argues loudly to support black men cutting off their own nuts. Both arguments end with nutless black men in a way that's suspicious and asymmetrical, because in the trans community, like, it's not 50-50 trans men and trans women. There are more trans women than trans men. So like, if this is symmetrical, like, this wouldn't be so much of an issue. But why is there an asymmetry? You need to account for the asymmetry of people, of black males going to being trans women. So I don't know. A lot of people gain their relevance off of castrating black men, and I worry that this might include also black men, right? So, or black males. So in the book, it was page 238. As historian Grace Elizabeth Hale notes, white women often directed the very rituals by which white men recaptured their own masculinity through the castration of black males. If you didn't know, the black male castration was part of the whole lynching ritual. It was like, we castrate them. Sometimes we make them eat their own balls and nuts. Sometimes we save the nuts and pickle them, and then we lynch them. Like, it was all part of the same thing, right? the same ritual. So white women often directed the very rituals by which white men recaptured their own masculinity through the castration of black males. After all, the black male's supersexual image was often the result of their testimony, the white women's testimony. Some women were even given the honor of delivering the fatal final blow. So what you have is a lot of people gaining their relevance as women, as men. White men gain their masculinity by castrating black men. A lot of people gain their relevance as women, men, by castrating black men. And I'm worried that no small number of black men gain their relevance now by castrating themselves. Now, what... we could do this metaphorically to kind of ease the blow. You all know black men who, when in a room, can only keep their job by pretending not to be black men. Depending on who you talk to, the biggest job in America is for black men is not being black men and performing not being black men. Now, I'm a black man pretty much all the time. And if you support me being a black man all the time, I'm going to need you to go over to www.funkyacademic.com and kick in $5, $15, or $50 for me giving you the quality of wisdom to help you not squander your life and make sense of your current struggle. But there are no small number of black men, especially ones over like 6'3", who have to like make themselves less black men in order to not be a threat. And any sort of threat can be rendered a sexual threat. So like I've just been in too many rooms with like full-size black men who make themselves small in order to not be seen as threatening. Whereas like white guys can be like Trump. Right? So this whole idea, this idea that black men don't have to castrate themselves in order to be relevant is both metaphorically and figuratively untrue, and might actually be literally untrue. Right? Because a lot of people get their relevance by the castration of black men, including no small number of elementary school teachers and cops. So that's figuratively, literally the scientific community, because in the book, like I said, chapter 4 of Measuring Manhood, she goes over all of the medical consensus of all the scientific racists who were trying to like get the authority of science to leverage the castration of black men as a means to grant the authority for like the scientific discipline, right? So scientists wanted to be relevant by arguing for the castration of black men. White men wanted to be relevant by castrating black men. White women wanted to be relevant by directing the castration of black men and apparently sometimes giving the final blow. And sometimes black men in a nation black males in a nation in which like black males are pretty much disposable have to be relevant by castrating themselves. And so that's the dynamic at play. So we can try to talk about gender as a kind of emancipated from race and class concerns, but that's garbage. It's garbage because if you understand enough about white supremacy, you understand that's kind of a colonial ideology that uses gender in kind of differentiated ways in order to sustain itself. White men and white women are different from each other. So if you want to actually go at white people, you have to address them in their difference. And this is what I think Dave Chappelle is very good at. Dave Chappelle, even Bill Burr to an extent, is very good at, is like if you just want to like go at white people, white folks, that's an abstract identity. There are no white folks. There are white men and there are white women who operate in whiteness in distinct ways. Right? And so if you actually want to like dismantle whiteness and white supremacy, you have to go at the gendered ways that whiteness is realized. Blackness is a little bit of a different beast because for the most part, I mean, there are reasons for this, but black people aren't gendered in the same way, thankfully. because you look at white gender relations and they're a disaster. By the way, do you know that I didn't know this until you're around enough white people and you learn things. White guys always drive. Like, so in my household, when I grew up as a young black man in Los Angeles, sometimes my mom drove, sometimes my dad drove. Like, it just didn't, like, it was never really a thing. But apparently in white families and white gendering, it's a whole thing where like white guys drive. Because apparently, I don't know, they date white women who are too dumb to drive, or like can't be trusted with the big, their lady brains can't be trusted with the big car. But like, if there's a weird kind of gendering of responsibility and power just in that thing that is not true of working class black households. It is true. It might be true of like black households where people aspire to be white or bourgeois, but it is true of white like dynamics. It's not. It's true of black dynamics who aspire to be white, but it's not true of like working class black people. It's just not a thing. They draw their gender identity other places, not in who's driving. I remember the first time someone threw me the. I was dating someone who threw me the keys to her car, and I'm like, "What are you doing? Like, this is your car. Why would I want to drive your car? Are you sick?" But it's a people think it's a gender thing. No, it's a white thing, and you got to understand that a lot of the things we consider gender things are actually white things that emerged in order to control black people. Right? So why people would want to distance themselves from the threat of being in a black male body. You do that by cutting off your own nuts. Or making yourself small in a room, or making your voice a little bit higher, or like, it's a tax performing not rapist. It's a whole identity that you have to always perform, and it's a tax because white America needs you to be a rapist for like any of their laws to make sense. For America to make sense, black men have to be disposed to rape. Because without that, then we have to actually deal with the justice issues that we've heaped up with all the violence. And then we have to actually talk about the violence in black communities, because there is violence in black communities, because there's violence put on and degradation heaped upon black communities. And it just keeps, it includes violence, right? So like, if you heap on degradation in black communities, there's going to be violence in black communities. That violence is going to be in the street. It's also going to be in the home. It's also going to be in the bedroom, because like it's going to be a community that like of state governed violence,
state sanctioned
right?
violence.
If you want less violence in the black community, you need a state that doesn't require or doesn't enforce so much violence. You need a labor economy that doesn't include so much exploitation. You need a political economy in general that doesn't have so much violence for black people outside of the home, and actually like empowers black people outside of the home and inside of the home. And then there will just be less violence. We think of intimate partner violence as like some sort of special kind of violence, when in black communities and poor communities, like worldwide, there's a trans woman by the name of Connell in Australia who's like, the violence in intimate partner violence in poor and working class Australian households and the intimate partner violence in upper class Australian households is completely different. So, and then in Europe, they're starting to do studies about like working class violence just being intimate partner violence just being an expression of like just the violence of working class lives. Right. So
What's up?
What up, bro?
What's good with you, man? Haven't talked to you in a while, bro. How you been?
Good. How are you doing, man?
Same old stuff, bro.
Trying to get this shit going. I'm doing too much, brother. I might have to call you back when I'm off the road.
Yeah, I don't have no wreck.
Hell no, I can't do that.
Yeah,
How's life?
it's the same, bro. I'm all right, bro. You know, I can't complain. Like I always say, I can't complain. Keep on getting better. Try. Keep on learning. Keep on pushing. That's it. Another day to try.
How's the kids?
Everybody's good, man. Like I say, you know, my daughter's been driving me crazy though. She's a teenager now. She started high school this year, and she like her little wild streak or whatever seems to be coming out. I don't know.
Uh-oh.
We're gonna see how that works out.
You've been dreading those days for...
Yeah, I knew it was coming. Yeah,
Well,
it is
yeah,
what
man.
it is.
How's Jay Lethal?
He's all right, bro. You know, he's still doing his show and shit. He's cool. He's still at the restaurant.
Mr. Jefferson, he cool?
Who?
What'd he say? What'd you say about the restaurant?
Oh, I say he's still there. You know.
The gang's still together?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, bro. I miss you guys.
What's been on your mind?
Recovery. I wore myself out, bro, and I'm too hard on myself. I'm overthinking everything. So being back around, you know, familiar land and family and food and shit that I wasn't putting into my body, I just feel like it's recovery season, you know. And then next summer go hard as hell. Next spring or whatever.
That's good. So it sounds like you feel better, or starting to.
300 million, 20, 50,000 times percent, bro. I went to the doctor too, got on the right meds. Just like they're not off the street, you know. I'm not scrounging around trying to find some fucking meds that I don't even know about.
Because people are dying from that shit. It's happening more and more. I watched a video about right over in Mexico that they're making that stuff, the black tar or whatever, but it's synthetic heroin. It's like they make it from this powder shit that they buy. It's not from the plants. It's not, you know what I'm saying? It's not made traditionally. And they make it much cheaper and it's much stronger. And then they're mixing it in with all these drugs. And then you can't tell because they're making these pills at home and a lot of them look legit.
Bro, just imagine this, Chaka. You're on a medication for like 10, 12 years, right? You go down and you move out of state for business. There's a pandemic. That year, you have no fucking medical insurance, so you're transitioning into new medical insurance. And like your buddy's offering you pills to get you by. And they end up being pretty cheap and plentiful. And then like, bro, just 1 week, they just fuck your whole world up, bro.
By not having them or whatever. What's up, Pat?
What's up?
What's up, Pat?
What's happening?
But so what do you mean when you say fuck up your whole world? So that means like stop giving them, they don't have them no more or whatever?
Nah, man, you're just like you're down there and fucking too strong of a batch, bro. You tweet because you're like, I thought this was Adderall, but obviously this is like laced with a shit ton of meth.
Or something else.
Yeah, and then you try to convince yourself that's not the case. Sorry, my phone. Try to convince yourself it's not the case, and you go back and forth and months of that shit. Fuck
yeah, man, it's scary. It's scary, like I say, and especially today, because they're getting better and better at making these pills or all different kinds of drugs where they're lacing it with this stuff. And then it's like you don't know that it's in there because they are really good. And, you know, and the pills look completely legit. They may have serial numbers and everything.
Yeah, they're really good at that shit, man. It's identical. You'd have to know the consistency, the taste. I do, but you know, it's kind of placebo. I took the pill and I kind of felt it like it was real. Maybe some of them were, you know.
Yeah, you never know. Again, like maybe they're making this shit from legit substances at the house. But that's the whole thing. It's you're gambling, right? It's like snake eyes. It's like rolling the dice every time, you know. And the system that we live under is like pushing people. You know, they were talking about this because it's in the bill about
no McDonald's, bro.
About negotiating pharmaceutical prices. And the United States is like the only ones that don't do that. Like, and it's illegal for them to do it, to fight for the cheapest price for the customers here in the United States market. So, and then you have these people who mark on the other end, they mark up fucking the price of these drugs, and then they don't really get in trouble for it unless they do it super, super, super egregiously. But it's already egregious, and a lot of that is what causes people to go to the streets for the drugs because they can find, substitute versions that are cheaper.
Yeah, bro, it's a fucked up system. It's like definitely power is in a certain group of people. So it's like, oh, that medicine's coming up. Well, we're gonna buy them out, and then we're gonna jack up the price. You know, the elite. Fuck them.
So, Pat, did you catch any of the video I was playing earlier?
Nah, man. I'm just coming in. I'm kind of listening to the conversation, just kind of getting,
Well, in the video, the guy was talking about, emasculation of the black man in America and how, like, there's systems in place for that, ever since, post-slavery, and how even some black men tend to emasculate themselves in light ways, like speaking with a lighter voice or trying to make themselves small in a room, just trying to make themselves feel not threatening, because the media or whatever, the perception of America, of the black man, is that he's threatening, that he's gonna rape white women. You know what I'm saying? And that whole dynamic. And then he threw in the transgender, as far as what if some black men are doing the transgender thing kind of as a reaction to the oppression of, the black man in America, trying to find that white woman status, if you will, because that's another thing he said, swinging it into like the feminism, being that they are just trying to be white women and have those privileges of a lady, therefore, like in the Victorian age. But if you're not a white woman, then you can't fit that description. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
that's
I guess
a lot, but
that's a lot, but I guess through everything you just told me, that's one of those things that they use. One of the oldest laws that they came up with, that they use towards black men and the white woman thing, was the Mann Act, which it was a lawyer or whatever. I think that's the same thing they used on R. Kelly, the Mann Act, and using the fact that they could take white women over state lines and this and that and whatever. So yeah, I think it happens a lot. I think maybe even I do it unconsciously, because I'm a big guy, and you get used to, like you try not to be intimidating. You want people to know that you're friendly or whatever, that so you kind of tone down. What I'm saying? If I'm around certain friends or whatever, I'm like, might be at a different level of me than I would originally. And I've seen myself do that. And, I think that's one of those things that you automatically do just to not, you know, you're not trying to make anybody fearful, but at the same time, you don't want people to, get intimidated, just off of seeing you or whatever. So, um, that's something that I could definitely say it does happen because, like I said, I've experienced myself personally. Where I've noticed that I've kind of toned myself down based on being around certain people, and it's not like because like I said, I mean, I'm the realest me I could be anytime everywhere I go, but like I said, I have caught myself where I'm like, because I'm 6'2", two, well, shoot, probably close to 300 pounds, 290, whatever you want to call it, and that could be intimidating for some. A lot of like a lot of people don't really care. It's just like whatever, but um, I can see how that has subconsciously affect people because you don't want to get shot up just because you come around going somewhere because
And that's so horrible. That's so horrible, right? When you think about it, because you don't have to be a big black guy for that. Because I'm not a big guy,
or
and
just
I
come.
get and I have the same experience. And
Ex-
and a lot of times I'm really surprised. I get surprised how people like react, and they clearly frightened, and I'm like, I don't see where there's a threat here. I don't get the reaction that I don't
well,
understand why I'm getting this reaction.
I mean, it's a lot of things that has that kind of signals that for certain people because that's what was promoted on TV. That's what was promoted in the ideas of many people's minds is because like the main one that I mean we could say historically was the movie that they played in the Oval Office or in the at the White House was oh, what was the name of that movie? They damn, I can't think of it now, but where they showed you know putting putting fear in white men and white women's heads, mostly white men, that their one of their biggest fears should be a black man because they're coming for your wives and your community, and they just want for whatever reason
And how many stories historically has it been where a black dude got lynched behind like a white woman saying that the guy looked at me or he talked to me wrong, or you know what I'm saying? Something inappropriate.
many.
And that's another aspect of what he was talking about was the white woman participated in this emasculation also, because the excuse to emasculate the black man was to protect the white woman. You know
Hmm.
what I'm saying?
Well, comes to find that the white women are a lot more egregious in this whole idea is because they will use that, because it seems like after the fact, when you find out the truth about the stories, is that they must have been bored. Like it wasn't enough going on to where they make up these stories, and to where it incites.
A whole
Uh,
fucking
uh,
riot. A
yeah.
whole bunch of niggas get killed, not just one. Because whenever they did that, they they finna get into it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, and that the main thing for a man is to protect their women and families and things like that. So if the story comes about, it's not just her husband that's gonna come, get riled up, the whole community, because it's like, wait a minute, we allow this to happen to this lady. I
Right,
mean, it's gonna be my lady next, or it
right.
could be, so the whole community gets involved, and it's like,
And they
you
feel like
know,
I'm a man. I'm a man, and that's what makes me a man is protecting my woman.
yeah, but it's it definitely happens, and this day and age where I think it's also become some of our own that allows this thing to happen to black men.
and
I
and, and
mean,
he, and he went on. I think he talked about that too later on in the video. I didn't play that part, but yeah, yeah, absolutely. And you know what? I was thinking about it. I think that there's a whole industry that relies on people doing just that.
mhm.
And it spreads across industries.
Well, there's I mean, we have this whole identity politics based on that same kind of idea. Like just the fact that all of us, when it comes to politics, we can't just be Americans or whatever. We gotta have that's a part of it. The women's movement, the this, the that. You know what I'm saying? Like instead of just okay, everybody needs to be treated fairly.
Right.
No, no, they always have to segment it, and through that idea of segmenting our populations is playing into that very same scenario.
And that's so crucial, I think. And I think a lot of people are missing that because, like I say, and I'm gonna scream it. Women's rights is humans' rights, but black rights is human rights. You know what I'm saying? LGBTQ
Gay and
rights
lesbian, yeah.
are human rights. So stop separating that shit. Just call it human fucking rights and have respect for humans.
Well, and that's one of the biggest things I think that gets overlooked in our society is the fact that because they want us to continue looking at civil rights, because the way that our government is structured is to keep us changing different ideas or whatever to civil rights. Because if we could totally look at human rights, then we have to kind of relook at the whole, like the Constitution passed, the what's that, the 12th Amendment. After you get past the 12th Amendment, that's when things start to looking ugly. You adding people into the the human family, or as to considering people as a group of people as citizens. You know what I'm saying? Like the 13th and 14th Amendments. I mean, you really look at that. I mean, they're making a provision for other people to be a part of the society.
After 200 feet,
So,
turn next left.
Yeah. So,
I'm
hey,
fucking lost.
I was just gonna ask you. You have any comments on any of that we talking about?
Not really, bro. To be honest, I'm lost. I'm panicking. So I had to pull over. Now I'm on my way. But dude, fucking, they be trying to make us. They putting shit in our food and everything else, trying to make us more girly for sure. And then
that's
they do kind of
definitely
paint the
happening.
black man out to be like, or the aggressor.
Turn right.
And most of everything that we've been discussing has been manufactured. It's like, it's not like, any man is less likely to be, can be harmful than the other. And honestly, with the psychological games that actually happens, um, it makes you forget about all the other people because they have you looking directly at one person that could, that's the one type of person that is more dangerous than any other. So, you know, yeah, forget that, you got mugged or you got robbed
Debo.
or whatever, by, some Spanish guy or some white guy that pushed you over at the store, or cussed you out and this, then forget about that guy, because that was just a random thing. No, this is the guy who's doing it all day every day. um Here, just only worry about this guy when you think of
Half
trouble.
a mile onto
So
I-80
that's really where a lot of people get thrown off. The main the main character in their actual life might be a different prototype, but no matter what, in your mind, you've probably almost made even this white guy, this Hispanic guy, Asian, or whatever, uh, become the black guy in your life now. Like, just think about, like, how long, like, every time that there was some kind of crime that went on, that's the main,
Turn
that's the
left
main guy
onto
that they say,
3
well,
miles
he
west
was
of Express.
such and such height. It was a black man, and he was such and such tall, and this, what I'm saying, like, that
Right,
was.
that's the and that goes all the way back to the lynchings. You know what I'm saying? Exactly the same. You know what I'm saying? Every nigga that look like that. So, but then they don't really look at niggas. They don't know what niggas look like. So then all shit, all them niggas. Fuck. Make sure I got the one that she was talking about.
Yeah, put you in
You
the
know,
lineup, and then, like, like, you can see even in the story, like in movies when it happens, like, they pretty much have to say, like, this is the guy right here, that, isn't that him right there in that, and then it's just like, oh yeah, yeah, that's him, that's, yeah, it just.
that's why they had to start doing that because they knew that and real investigators know that you can't really rely on eyewitness testimony. It's not reliable because people's memory is, not reliable. It isn't. It doesn't mean that they're lying. It just means that, like, after an event happens, your mind starts adding in details or taking details away or changing details. You know what I'm saying? I don't
I
trust my
noticed that
memory.
shit happen a lot, bro, lately with me. Like, damn,
I,
I'm at that age, man, where I'm just filling in the blanks.
I think everybody
Well,
does it. It's your brain. It's on automatic. It's one of the functions of your brain. Really, it helps you when we function. Our evolutionary functions. It helps us, but it hurts us when we're trying to recall like specific details in our memories.
what about psychologically? Just the idea that because you want to be a part of your community, your society, or whatever, and that you may be causing the police more of trouble by saying no, that's not them, and you just go along with the story because this is who they have and this is whatever. Well, he must have done something. He's here, and
And
they go along,
that's
with
exactly
it.
it. And I think a lot of niggas is got railroad, Hispanics too, railroaded into prison that way. You know what I'm saying? Just kind of like you say, he must be guilty of something. Fucking we're not 100% sure that this is the guy, but you know, he looks like a thug.
It's actually horrifying to me. It's kind of scary, man. Look, I can tell you guys a story that something that actually happened to me when I was in my early 20s, and even I was nowhere in sight or nothing. Like, the police came and picked me up from my job. I worked at a hotel,
Turn left
and
onto
thank God that
1/2 mile onto
where I
Express
worked
Road.
in the hotel, I I was a cook. I was like one of those little fancy cooks, breakfast cooks where I'm flipping the eggs and I'm doing stuff, showing off and this kind of stuff. And if it wasn't for the job where they definitely knew that I was there, and that, like, if I wasn't there, like, I'm one of those characters that would have been missed if I wasn't there. So it was like, oh no, he definitely was here. But somebody robbed a Radio Shack that was like right down the street from my mom's house, and next door to my friend's barbershop that I definitely frequent. You know what I'm saying? So it's very likely that I could be in that area. But if it was not for my job. Because if I worked in any other part of the hotel as a cleanup guy or this, that, and the other, where I could have gone undiscovered for a while, that would have been enough benefit of I mean, enough doubt for them to say that it was me. You know what I'm saying? So they put me. I was in interrogation for hours. You know, them going back and forth. You know, with this and that and whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it gets really scary when something like that happens, and you know that's not my mo. You know what I'm saying? Like you know, am I, you know, totally, you know, innocent? I mean, of this crime, I am, but you know, am I totally innocent?
You will arrive at your
No,
destination
but
in
at the same time,
700
you
meters.
know, like that's just not something that I would have ever done. I'm not an armed robber. I'm not going to take nothing from nobody. My
Reach your
hustle is totally
destination
different.
within
You know what I'm saying? But
1,853
because somebody took some pictures, you know, gave them some pictures, because and then the only reason why they can even put me in a picture lineup is behind a moving violation. I end up going to jail
Hey
for
guys, I'm
damn,
gonna be right back though. All right, just
yeah,
All
gotta
right.
like
make it run.
I end up going to jail for you know, a ticket. You know what I'm saying? That an unpaid ticket. I end up in jail because of that. So they got all this stuff on me on that, from little minor stuff. Not that I'm, you know, ever been a real criminal, but somebody picks me out of this picture lineup, say, yep, that's him right there. So they find me, they pick me up, bring me in, and all this other kind of stuff. And
It
it
would have
can,
been bad. And you know what's crazy? I have a story similar to that. And my roommate has a story similar to that, because he told me about a situation that was similar to that. And it was a clock out slip that he had in his pocket that saved him. And if it wasn't for that clock out slip, he knows that if it wasn't for that clock out slip, he would have caught that case and wouldn't have
armed
been able
robbery.
to.
I mean, what do people get for armed robbery? Like, this just, I mean, because they let me go
That
that night. They let me go that night, but then they end up going and they went and, you know, talked to my managers and stuff at my job.
My cousin did 16 years behind the ag robbery case, and he got out at that time because they gave him like 65 years or something. He'll be on parole forever.
Bro,
Wow.
I just want to apologize,
Hey,
bro. I
give me
checked.
just a second.
I saw that live, and I hit the join. But bro, I'm at my buddies now and shit. I gotta jump off.
All right, bro.
But soon,
All right, bro.
next.
Good to see you, bro. You look better.
Thank you, bro. Good to see you guys.
All right, bro.
Uh,
Everybody's abandoning me at the same time. Anyways, Columbus Day, right? Columbus Day. I have a lot of shit, but just because these dudes stepped away, I wanted to show this for a second. You don't see that? Yeah. Yeah. So Columbus Day, it's a Mexico City replacing Columbus statue with one of indigenous woman. So it's like you got some places are celebrating Columbus Day at the same time as Indigenous Day, or whatever they want to call it, uh, Native American Day, something like that. And it's like the hypocrisy that shows like that's the jumbo shrimp that I was talking about the other day, the oxymoron of America, all in one picture. So that's interesting to me that you know we still haven't dealt with this. Can y'all see that when I do that? as a country, as a nation, as a peoples. And we all know the history. So why is it still there? The Kyrie thing has been trending for a while. And they're making him seem like a bad guy, like he's a freaking villain because he won't take the jab. And then they're making it seem like he's stupid because it's like he's missing $380,000 a game. Like, what idiot wouldn't do that? Wouldn't just take the shot, you know?
Number one reason why, you know, like most people can't, they look at the money as if that's the thing. You know, he loves basketball, and being able to play on the highest stage of basketball is an honor. But at the same time, most people can't take into calculation. They can't even fathom the fact that, because I mean, most people, yeah, I'm sure the money was a big deal when he started it because it probably changed his life. But he's been playing for some years now. I mean, the money is not everything to him, and his life is, his children is, his family is the biggest thing to him, because even without basketball, he would still be somebody. You know what I'm saying? Like,
And what kills me is, like, in America, like, they try to tell you to stand up for your values, but you're supposed to abandon your values immediately when the state comes in and tells you to. You know what I mean? Because if for whatever reason he's standing up for what he believes in, right? It's like, that's what they tell you to do, to stand up for what you believe in. But then immediately the whole media has villainized this man,
status quo. That's like, I guess what goes into what everybody's looking at is like, well, this is what society expects of you. Okay, well, I mean, you know what? I'm sorry for society, because I have other expectations for myself, and if my understanding, if my belief, my if I haven't gotten to the point where you are with this particular subject, then why am I so you know
I,
it just
I
doesn't
think
add
it
up.
really exposes the hypocrisy and the actual lack of values. Because when somebody comes around who actually has values, they look at them like they're an elephant, like they're a ghost, like something they never seen before. Like,
Mhm.
what is this? Because if once the numbers get big, like 95% of people are like, hey, let me cash that check. 95% of people, I think, are going to be like, I'm getting the bag. So, but, there's people out here that really believe in what they believe in, and they stand on what they stand on. And
Mhm.
it could gazillion, bajillion dollars. It don't fucking matter. You know what I'm saying? Nobody
No,
cares.
it doesn't.
Don't matter.
Yeah, and I mean, I think for the average person, where like they have never really taken control of their lives enough to be able to stand on what they feel is right, it's hard to fathom. And like, they don't, like, a lot of people just don't, really can't get it. And that, I don't think, I think that the average person can't really see the whole idea, because you think it's like people just trying to be, you know, make things hard for everybody else, and this, that, and the other. I really believe some people feel like, you just being a rebellious person, but at the same time, it's like, no, I'm just believe, this is a certain things I don't believe in, and why, what I'm saying, I'm sorry you don't get it, but I'm trying to look out for my family. Like, nobody else, none of y'all are gonna pay, my bills. None of y'all are gonna, y'all probably won't even come show up at my funeral if something happens to me, or bring food to my son. If something happens to me, I have to be the one that's gonna overall look to see, you know, to make sure that the decisions that I'm making is the right ones for me and my family. So for them to even have any, to think that they can even talk about Kyrie or anybody else who's standing, on the side of, at least the I'm not sure yet, is just, hypocrite, or let's just say they don't believe in
They
freedom.
don't
They
have
don't.
no values. Because if somebody can come along and get you to change what you felt about something just by threatening your job, or money or whatever, then you didn't really stand up for what you stand up for. Now I understand now. I'm not judging no one for making their decisions. You know what I'm saying? You got to feed your family at the end of the day. In defense of people, that doesn't mean that these people don't have values. The ones that decide their values are with their family, and they want to make sure that they feed their family. I'm not saying that. I don't want people to misunderstand me. What I'm saying is, in our society, it's like you're supposed to go with the state. Whatever the state is saying, that's the religion. You know what I mean? Whatever's the popular trend of whatever. And that's it, period. You're supposed to go along with the crowd. But some people just don't be feeling that. Some people have their own way of looking at things, and they're not willing to go with the crowd just because.
And I've always been that person who it was okay not being a part of the crowd. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not a new thing for me, and it's not like a purposeful thing for me. It's more so, I'm an individual. You know what I'm saying? I can, like, I could be a part of the group when I need to be, or if I should be, but overall, I came in this world by myself, and I'm most likely gonna leave out by myself. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, regardless of what's going on, I'm gonna make the best decision that fits me and my family.
Yeah, what do you think about this post right here? Say homeless people don't make me feel unsafe. Living in a society that will toss people to the curb makes me feel unsafe.
Yeah, I think I saw that. And that's one of those deep-seated things that most people don't really realize. The person who gets demonized is not the person who truly caused these problems. It's the person who found themselves on the effects of it.
Right.
But when it
But
comes to
blaming the victim,
yeah,
it's the equal to treating the symptoms like our medical system does.
it's almost the same as getting mad at the lady for the short dress, and but somebody actually raped her.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's kind of
It's blaming the victim.
Yeah.
And that's what we do here, because we don't because the power structure to want, it's always distracting us. Look over here, look over here, look over here. Don't look over here. Whatever you do, don't look over here. So they're like, and that's what it is, because once you start looking that way, looking where the money is coming from, looking at the system, how things are set up, then you're going to start seeing why things are happening the way that they are. Everybody on the hamster wheel all day. They don't have time to fucking actually slow down and look at it.
Yeah, because I mean, I even look at it like as far as like even with our our approach to treatment and medicine is that we cure symptoms.
Yeah.
Instead of the problem. You know what I'm saying? There's something that caused those symptoms. Let's look at what caused the symptoms instead of just, okay, oh, you got a runny nose. Well, let's give them
give you
this.
something for that. Yeah.
Instead
got
of
a headache,
saying,
let me give you something for that.
Is it allergies? Is it, like you know what I'm saying? Like it could be something totally different, and then the
never
medicine,
mind that. Do you want some other pills? What other stuff what you want?
It doesn't matter. I mean, because guess what? Next week when that didn't work.
Yeah, we got something else for you. That didn't work, and that's what scares me about going to our whole system. It's like, I mean, I know the doctors, they can't possibly know everything, right?
No,
Because, you know,
no.
it's complex systems. And plus, that's why I say we should have our own doctors from the time we're born, because they don't even know you as an individual, because you can't put all humans in a box and treat them all the same way, like they're cookie cutter. So what they do though is they just be experimenting every time, like they're fishing, like they're trying to figure out what the hell is gonna work, or whatever the hell is your problem, because they
Well,
don't really know what it is. So they just be like, oh, it wasn't that. Let's try this. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, let's try this.
well, I think
That's
that's one of
scary
the
as
things.
fuck.
I think we should take our health more into our own hands because I mean, even when you go to a doctor, even when even if you've gone to the same doctor for so many years, I mean, they start off they're asking you questions that you could probably ask yourself when it really boils down to it. Like you really could diagnose a lot of these things on your own,
I think they have a
and
device. I think they have a device that's coming, or maybe already in existence. And the idea is for people who are like in uh, villages that aren't very accessible, and you give these people this device, and this device they can diagnose a lot of their um,
their own health issues.
right, illnesses, because the device will ask for semen, or I mean not semen. Hopefully not that, but it'll
Right.
ask for blood or it'll ask for urine or whatever, and the
Hmm.
device will read that and give you your diagnosis, and it's pretty accurate. So, and that'll help you know at least what the problem is, and then you can start going down that road, and then whenever the doctor gets there, they already know what they're dealing with, and like it helps facilitate care.
Yeah.
So I think that would be a device that they would be very afraid to be available over here in the states, uh, because and then you could look up, I don't
Hey,
know, WebMD or something, and find out the what you need to get for it, and
Google
that's what's
period.
Google period. And that's what's crazy though, because they was talking about how available those drugs are. Like, in other countries, like you could just go and get some antibiotics. Like we have to go to the doctor, pay for the doctor's visit,
To
get
get a
a
prescription.
get a prescription, then go to the pharmacy and pay to get the
Man,
drug.
look, I have actually a couple thoughts from that because like I used to mess with my mom. One of my cousins I used to mess with, and it's like, oh, they you had to go fill your subscription. As a subscription, you mean prescription? I was like, no, subscription. They want you to sign up for that for now on. Like that's a monthly thing from now on. They want you paying for it. I call it a subscription. I knew exactly what I was saying when I said it because that's really the idea they have with medicine is that they're not trying to heal you. They're not trying to cure whatever it is that you have. If you do get cured from it, that was an anomaly. That was luck. You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, they're trying to find something that will kind of run you along, this process, just kind of keep you on the hamster wheel. But what was the other thought? That's a big one. That whole, once they give you a certain type of medicine, it's not meant for you to get off of it. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they'll even give you a different variation. Oh, you had the burps, or you had this, or giving
And
you
then they
the.
tell you, guess what? If you stop taking this medication, you will die.
Oh yeah, they'll throw that. They can definitely throw that on the
If you stop
on.
taking it, since you started taking this particular drug, you have to take it till you die. Because if you stop taking it, you die.
Well, and one of my one of my exes, I've been because I'm more on natural medicines personally, and like and I understand the fear, but at the same time, when you get used to having this certain because they were diabetic, it's like, well, that this is actually curable. Like I've seen, like, my dad has gotten to the point, he's a diabetic, but at the same time, the only reason why his stuff messes up is because of things that he chooses to eat. So it's like, you know, this lady, she actually, was taking metformin, and sometimes, like, she'll have to make her sugar, like, eat certain things so her sugar can go up. Like, it was just too much, a whole balancing act. And it's like different things that, because what was it, the bitter melon is a thing that helps people with their the regulation of their sugar, or to get their what's that organ that stops producing or leveling out your sugars. But however, it helps heal that part of your body. I don't know why I can't think of the organ that it regulates.
Pancreas.
The pancreas, yeah. It helps regulate, get helps your pancreas start regulating the sugar again. And, but because of the timing that it takes, she been on that, metformin for so long, to where, it it does spike. It tells you, if you read up on it enough, it does tell you that it will make it spike, but at the overall, it's, getting to the point where it can actually heal you. So some people, the fear is already there that, okay, well, this is what I've been taking. This is what this is what I'm used to. Um, you know, I guess that, if you weren't originally on natural stuff to get away from the chemicals, the medications, the subscriptions, you know, it might be a tough thing for some people, but
Scary as fuck, man. Let's talk about. I want to talk about cannibals, zombies, and the Caribbean. What do you think about that?
all of those, like, they match.
Yeah, and also going both ways. The idea of cannibals being, from the Caribbean, and then also the idea of the Caribbean being cannibalized, because that's what the title is. Did Europeans cannibalize the Caribbean? So I kind of picked this subject because I wrote a paper about this recently, and I really didn't know what I wanted to do on the show tonight. I ain't gonna lie. But
So before the Europeans in the Caribbean, there wasn't any cannibalism, but definitely post European, there is.
exactly,
They like
they
it, like they've come to.
they kind of introduced the idea of cannibals. The Caribs, right? You know the Caribs. I know you know your history a bit.
Yeah,
The Caribs.
the
Uh,
Caribbean. Yeah.
and what were the other ones? I don't want to say them wrong. The Arawaks. Is that who the other
So,
ones were?
they're the same people. That's what, at least that's one of the tribes that would be considered a Carib.
Right. So, and when they showed up, when who was it? I think it was Columbus. Damn Italians, right? They came and they were the ones. They knew about the Caribs and the Arawaks or whatever. And so when they came over, they was like some of them were friendly. Let's say the Arawaks were friendly to them, and then the other ones wasn't. And so they communicated with the Arawaks, and the Arawaks was like, yeah, they eat people or whatever, So the idea of that, the term even came from that, the cannibal. That's Columbus. Columbus brought the idea back to Europe, and they were like, "Oh, they're savages. You know, they're cannibals. They eat men. So, but the thing is, he didn't even really have no evidence. He didn't really see that happening. There was instances where this would happen, um, but I don't think it was even on the islands. I think it was more of in South America area, where you know it was like prisoners of war type of thing, where they would do that ritual type cannibalism. So
Well, you know,
it existed.
well, I don't
Um,
know. I think, I mean, honestly, and this is just based on my opinion. I think anytime, you know, the food source is slim, you know, if it gets to a point, like I think anybody could get to the point where, you know,
it's
there's no,
it's historically it's just not very common, and there's a lot of reasons for that because of the calorie amount that you get from humans too. Like it's human meat is not very nutritious, if you will.
I would
Um,
assume, especially now.
so, but historically, it's just not a thing. It's not. It's not very prevalent. There's only isolated types of situations.
Yeah.
So damn, you made me lose my thought. But what about zombie? You know that zombie originally is black people too, and it's related to Haitians. It's related to like voodoo. But again, this was a white perception that they created.
Hmm.
The cannibal. The cannibal
That's
savage.
that's something that I haven't really studied a whole bunch about.
I
You
recommend
know,
everybody look it up. There's a lot of information about it because they have the Spanish like to write everything fucking down. They have stuff about how like Queen Victoria, I think it was Queen Victoria, one of them, she had made a decree and she was like, it was like 1503, and she was like, well, since they're cannibals, if they're not willing to, get on the Catholic faith and get with my kingdom and be upstanding, then they're worthy of being kidnapped and sold into slavery.
hmm.
Because the thing about the Spanish, because they were the ones that wasn't on, they felt like it was against God, the whole like stealing people and making them into slaves, even at this time in 1500s.
Hmm.
But to justify it was, they're cannibals, they're savages, they're obviously not human.
Well, they've always been, where to create a narrative. Like that's something that's not new, is to be able to create a narrative that they can demonize certain groups of people in order to fulfill whatever it is that they want for those people. And just like what we see today, that's something that's been going, that's an age old tactic that's been used, because maybe these people that they were calling zombies may have had paint on their face, and or you know walk with a certain demeanor that was different from others. Shoot, maybe they were high off of some kind of natural some natural substance, like, I mean, coca leaves have been around for ever. It's not just some new plant that, so maybe they chewed on it like they did tobacco here, and they went a certain mind state, and then okay, now these people have been designated, or that the way to describe these people to them was zombie. Like,
And it was
uh,
definitely a misrepresentation, but because of their racism, they automatically just easily succumb to the idea. You know what I mean? Oh, they're
but
cannibals. They eat each
but
other. Oh,
but
they're savages.
but the thing about it is, in places where they don't fit, like they don't see a benefit for themselves, they don't worry about those people. They just leave and go on about their business. But because they find a benefit in this region, now they're figuring out a reason that they can use to come and overtake them and use this narrative to why they're doing it.
And that
They're actually creating a better world because they're doing this to these people.
and that was the point of my paper, and I'm gonna keep writing about this, and I might one day write a whole damn book about it because that's what they did, right? They created it was just perfect for their means, for their benefit. You know what I mean? Create an image of a people's so that you can have an excuse to exploit them, basically.
Yeah.
And I mean, it goes really deep because they gained a lot of riches from this, and like you said, they saw a benefit because this area, like that area in the Caribbean, and to this day is super fertile, have really perfect for growing, perfect for tropical fucking paradise, and rich in resources and all kinds of shit. So they got they realized that, and then they just but so the riches that went to Europe was being extracted out of this area for a good period of time, and that's the prosperity that they used to leverage. Like, what I mean is, capitalism, right?
hmm
Capitalism is leveraging capital. So, but look, they made these people basically into slaves, or basically extracted this wealth without paying in any way. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Totally like free extraction, as far as like, if you had a company and you didn't have to pay your employees nothing, how much would your fucking profit be? How many trucks,
uh
Pat, how many trucks would you have right now if you had guys to drive for you right now and they would drive for free?
Oh, shit. I have me a whole fleet. Shoot, 100, 1,000. I mean, shoot. There. I mean,
That's the
while you
limit.
said, that's happening right now. Like that has been happening. Like that's, say, bro. I'm gonna tell you. Like there's companies out here that owns 20,000 trucks, and the reason why they can survive is because of what they paid the drivers, and which is very minimal. I mean, I'm sure like we can go into almost any industry because I mean, if you think like I mean the restaurant industry, that they're manipulating people all day every day on that because well, I'm just gonna pay you $2.13 an hour, and you make up the rest with your tips. If you're real nice to these people, they'll tip you, and that's what's gonna make up your total income instead of actually giving you what the state
All
regulated.
that shit.
You know
And
what I'm
and
saying?
and that's what I want to
You
write
should be
about.
still you should still be getting minimum wage no matter where you are, and still be able to get your
They say
tips.
it
Like
equals out. They say it averages out. So
it averages out to what? Like it's not coming out of your pocket. Like your restaurant is making millions of dollars probably a week.
well,
Some of them
a lot of restaurants
hundreds of
live on the
dollars.
edge, but I, I
Well,
I I say that's no excuse. Like those companies that fail, if they fail, they failed, right? The government shouldn't be bailing them out. You didn't take care of your business properly. You need to manage. That's allowing capitalism. See, that's the problem. They like to say free capitalism, but they don't. They fucking subsidize the companies that they want to subsidize and keep
hmm
them afloat, even if they fucking suck at what the fuck they're doing. If you fucking suck so bad that your company, goes
doesn't exist.
kaput and it's big as
Bye.
fuck, nigga, yeah, bye. Let somebody else that's running their business more properly fill in that space.
Yeah.
But they
I,
hold up these companies that don't even like
I don't even know
that.
how. I don't even know how they can get away. Still, really get away with paying people below. Like it says, minimum wage.
Yeah, because like I say, legally, what they say is it averages out. But like what you were saying though, what I want to write about that is that I believe that the modern world was created in the Caribbean. They created this system of capitalism, this way of doing things. The modern world. I think the modern world was created in the Caribbean. These.
I don't doubt that because I mean
I want to argue it and
that's
prove it and
mostly
show evidence.
well, yeah. I mean, that's most of where the slaves went. I mean, North America, like I mean, I would have characterized
That,
the people that we call slaves. I would have called them prisoners of war.
yeah.
But down in the Caribbean, I would say it was more so more of a hint more of slavery because there were some of them that was there already,
Well, what
but
they
for the most part,
the thing is about the Caribbean, why is it's the creation of a new world is because basically they wiped out a lot of the native populations of those islands. You know, you know, everybody is foreigners. You know what I mean? They brought so many people from all around the world basically and just mushed them into these islands to create the machines for the capitalism, sugar, coffee, tobacco,
well,
bananas.
you have to ask yourself, what is it? What can when someone comes with such a grand idea, how can we go and take over this place, extract all the resources, and look like the hero?
Well, you got to win, and then you got to tell the history, and also you got to get rid of all the people who know what actually happened. They can't be no lineage of them niggas left.
Well, no, they can be there because the person who quote unquote wins tells the story. At least in because I mean, regardless, I mean, there's a story that goes on that people knew that was handed down, but there's a history, and then the rest is mystery. And usually it was our side that was end up being a mystery, even to this day, what really happened, and of course the story that everybody hears and knows.
Yeah,
So
yeah. But I think the machine, it mostly they're still there. I agree. There's some of them that's still there because you can't wipe us out. But the machine it also wants to have legitimacy. You know what I mean? So it after the fact. So it wants to legitimate rightful peoples of the land need to be invisible or not non-existent. You know what I mean?
well,
Over
and
time.
in most cases that's what happened because I mean even if there because I mean there's still a bunch of people that was left behind that because for the number one thing is nobody comes from a foreign land and can just prosper with a land that's new to them regardless, like whatever they were doing they could be trying to do the same thing in Europe when they come to America, whether it's South or
At
North
first,
America.
at first,
but
when they first
but
start,
but
once
still I
they
mean
get their machine going,
they could get rid of a lot more, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, they don't get rid of everybody. They don't, what I'm saying? They might have even throughout the war, it's like, okay, well, we're just gonna try to keep, maintain these people over here. We can get inside their head and make them feel like they're the above class. They're better than these other people that we're getting rid of. And, keep them around. And now they're the managers. They're the ones who's ahead of everybody. It's the overseeing part of the community.
they did that
Where
over and over.
over and over.
It's really just you can see that really clearly in Hispaniola, which is where they pretty much landed. Because look at it, the island is now two nations, right? You got Haiti and Dominican Republic. There's really just one island. But if you look at it from the sky, you could see the stark difference. And that's one of the things they did. They put the lighter skinned ones, the mixed ones in charge of the darker ones and sold that division.
Yeah.
Gave the
I
lighter
mean,
ones
even
property.
even the barriers of language. I mean, these were some of the same exact people, but because one was speaking French and the other one was speaking Spanish, you know, really was a different dialect of Latin. They they saw themselves as not being the same, and then would eventually just automatically start fighting each other just based on that. So I mean, it's just it's a major mind game. It's Monopoly 10.0 or whatever level of the game it is, because it's really exactly what it is. Like the Europeans were playing with the land as if it was, you know, Park Place and Boardwalk and, you know, all Baltic Avenue and all these different things. They were just like, "Oh, I want that one. I'll take that one." Well, oh, I want a mountain. I want a mountain range too. And it's like, all right, well, here you can have this part. Like it was just like a huge game of Monopoly, man.
So it's a zombies are most commonly found in horror and fantasy genre. The term comes from Haitian folklore in which zombie is the dead body reanimated through various methods, most commonly magic like voodoo. Modern media depictions of the reanimation of dead often do not involve magic, but rather science fiction methods. Da 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 da. The English word zombie was first recorded in 1819 in a history of Brazil by a poet in the form of zombie. The Oxford Dictionary gives the word origins as West African and compares it to the Congo word Nzambi, God, or Zumbi or Nzumbi, fetish. Some authors also compare it to the Congo word Vumbi, which is ghost, revenant corpse that still retains the soul.
I've heard that before. It's been a long time. I'm like when you like I don't know if I read that somewhere along, but trying to, because I remember hearing a lot of this, especially like the definition part of the zombie, but they've like you know, pretty much changed the narrative, like from the origin, and
Right.
made it something different. Yeah.
Right. So one of the first books to expose Western culture to the concept of voodoo zombie was W.B. Seabrook, The Magic Island in 1929. The account of a narrator who encounters voodoo cults in Haiti and their resurrected thralls. So like this is like Wikipedia, so it's super soft, but it was racial. The because that's a whole nother reason why they talk about the dirty Haitians. So it's like the original zombie was Haitian, black Haitians in the Western view.
Well, I mean, the original Haitians, I would say, were black people, regardless. But um, I definitely, just based on our understanding of our history, or the history, how that could have easily happened, and because we weren't really writing down a lot, at least a lot of the tribes, it was mostly handed down history, verbal transmissions, instead of actually stuff that's put in a book that you can hand down to whoever to create that idea for anybody that's going to come later. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of things that was happening during that time that we won't ever really know the full truth of, is because it wasn't fully shared. Those perspectives weren't fully shared from every aspect. So,
And wait, let me read a little bit of this. This is from Smithsonian Magazine, and the title of it is Europe's Hypocritical History of Cannibalism. From prehistory to the present, with many episodes in between, the region has a surprisingly meaty history of humans eating humans. So basically, it's a flip that they always do. Let me see.
Because I mean, you got to think about like because I mean, the caveman idea was based on cannibalism. Like I mean, they couldn't grow, and I guess if they did, I mean, they didn't know what was good to eat and this, that, and the other. Like it was so many different stories behind it. So I mean, they would most likely, based on all of the changes of all the events that happened throughout history, that they were the ones who were most likely the first cannibals. But then to spin it and make someone else that criminal or that savage or whatever it is that they were trying to implant in minds. But
And what you just said is basically what they said. Europe boasts the oldest fossil evidence of cannibalism. In a 1999 Science article, French paleontologists reported that 100,000-year-old bones from 6 Neanderthal victims found in a French cave called Maola Garci had been broken by other Neanderthals in such a way as to extract marrow, and brains. In addition, tool marks on the mandible and femur suggested that tongue and thigh meat had been cut off for consumption. The cannibalism wasn't an isolated incident in prehistory. In the past decades, researchers have reported other evidence that Neanderthals continued eating each other until just before their disappearance. And one particular grisly discovery at El Cedrón cave in Spain, paleontologists discovered that an extended family of 12 individuals had been dismembered, skinned, and then eaten by other Neanderthals about 50,000 years ago. So it says, when early Homo sapiens began engaging in cannibalism is a topic of debate, although it is clear that evidently did, says Sandra Boldler, an emeritus professor of archaeology at the University of Western Australia. Evidence is scant that this happened in early human hunter-gatherer communities, she says, although in 2009, Fernando Rossi at the Centre National whatever in Paris reported finding a Neanderthal jawbone that may have been butchered by early humans. Yeah. It goes on and on and on.
So we're the bad guys no matter where we go. In most cases.
It says part of the problem was that cannibalism simply did not fit in with European self-image. In medieval times, cultural enemies, not military or religious heroes, were commonly depicted as cannibals or giants, especially in narratives of territorial invasion and conquest.
There were some stories of cannibalism through during the Civil War, or have you heard those stories of was it Thomas Jefferson or
yeah, there's a few stories I have heard that before, but what you have to understand about
George Washington, I think George Washington,
the United States was so different back then, being that everything was spread out. Imagine everything being the country, and there's literally no stores.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, I think there was a lot more civil. It was a lot more civilized than they like us to believe.
Well, it was, but not for them. It wasn't stores for them. You understand? They wouldn't have recognized and they wouldn't even been able to communicate with them. Because it was plenty of trade going on. The natives had their thing going on, but that's separate from.
But see, that's the thing. I mean, because Europe wasn't. I don't know how far away in Europe they were for them not to have that same kind of structure, because it was a worldwide trade. It was a worldwide.
They was building the United States. It was nothing here.
Let's just look at it the way. I mean, honestly, that whole idea of cannibalism wasn't because they couldn't get anything from anywhere else. That was something in their mentality.
I'm trying to be nice. No, I can't argue with you. You know, that's what this shit just said. They were saying, you know, the oldest instances came from over there. Like, basically, that's what they said. I mean, and
Yeah,
then
I
they,
mean, they look. That's just like some. I mean, you take a crackhead from New York and take them to California. I mean, yeah, they might be cut off from the people they knew over here, or the same way, but they gonna get into the same kind of thing when they get to California. They're gonna be looking for the dope man. I mean, and if you have that kind of, like attraction to anything, that's you're gonna find a way to do what you want to do. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're a cannibal, the laws are against it and this, that, and the other, but like you're probably gonna go find you someplace in in the woods to hide off with the people or whoever it is that you trying to like they looking at humans like, oh damn, you look delicious. Like that's that's probably more likely the way it happened instead of because I mean you're talking about places that was known to be like America is the land of milk and honey. Like this was especially during those days, it was abundance of food like you could
right.
eat.
But they wasn't aware of that stuff. They wasn't able to extract that stuff. They didn't have they didn't have the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? That's what it was. And they're all spread out in the middle of the damn country. And fucking sometimes they would be like, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Because
You
they
playing? Are you
eat the
playing devil?
horse.
Are you
They don't
playing
mind eating
devil's
the
ad?
horse. I am.
You,
I am a bit. I have to because we can't just we can't just
I,
agree.
I was just like, I mean, look,
We can't just agree on everything.
I
We
mean,
won't be
sometimes, yeah, I do purposely try to do devil's advocate, but like at the same time, I mean, we gotta look at what we're dealing with. I mean, the same people who, we're under rule of these same type of people, and not to say that all white people are like that, because a lot of them are more like us than some of these others. They don't get a kick out of killing animals for just to hang up on a wall. Some of these people, like I would say that some of the genetics of these of what we call white people. I mean, there are other humans, but there's some that was just way more evil than others. There was some that just had what's I can't think of the perfect word for it, but they were more barbaric than the others, you know, of their own race. So it's like how, you can't take that, that was just a part of what it was. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it was a widely, you know, a common thing for white people, but there was a group of white people that they definitely enjoyed doing certain things like that. And I mean that's just me looking at just the honesty of it all. It's not me trying to demonize anybody. This is something that was happening. It was probably more of a rare thing than anything, but it was, the fact that doesn't stop it, the fact that it was happening. Mm.
let me read a bit. This is from my paper that I wrote. The consumption of the people of the Caribbean through exploitation of their bodies for labor and sex. The title, Cannibalizing the Caribbean, is the idea of artificially giving an identity to a people with little to no evidence but readily believed, at the same time consuming the Caribbean people and land by forced labor and tourism. In consuming the Caribbean, Arawaks to zombies, Mimi Scheller wrote, "Who was eating whom? Was the Caribbean truly a place where Europeans were at the risk of being eaten? Or were they in fact the ones who posed a threat to the bodies, health, and lives of the indigenous people of the region, and later to the enslaved and indentured workers who were consumed in the system of plantation slavery and colonial capitalism?" image of bloodthirsty cannibal savages of the Americas filled the mind of Europeans and led to the idea that the only way to deal with them was to brutalize them because treating them like humans and attempting to communicate and trade with them was pointless. An excerpt from an article titled Carib Cannibalism, The Historical Evidence by Neil Whitehead. In 1503, Queen Isabella issued the following declaration: if such cannibals continue to resist and do not wish to admit and receive my captains and men who may be on such voyages by my orders, nor to hear them in order to be taught or sacred Catholic faith and to be in my service and obedience, that may be captured and are to be taken to these my kingdoms and domain and to other parts and places and be sold.
So even the people who didn't fall into that were able, because I mean that's just the age old narrative. I mean, even those who didn't fall into that, when they got there, that was the reason. Well, Queen, you said such and such and such and such. This is what they were doing, and blah blah blah. Here a group of people, group of those savages, and what domain do you want them? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, because of decrees like that is what allowed these, generals and soldiers or whatever to be able to take people from another land and start doing whatever. And as you can see, that's some kind of proof that you know all the slaves didn't, because I mean they say the transatlantic slave trade, it doesn't necessarily show that it's all coming from the east to the west. It's also from the west to the east, and wherever they felt it was, and it doesn't mean it was all from Africa to Africa. Some of it was out of Europe into Americas, north or south. Like that's one of those things that I think people overlook with the whole idea about slavery, because they said it's people being brought from Africa, but no, they labeled it specifically the trans. It was across the Atlantic. That's pretty much it.
Back and
You know,
forth.
yeah.
But then they show you a graph, and then it has arrows showing Africa, and then hitting oh, that's what I wanted to say earlier. Columbus never set foot in like North America. You know what I'm saying? And that's what's crazy. He got all these places named after him and all these statues and stuff all over the United States. He never even touched the continent.
The
You know,
northern.
American
Well,
continent.
I don't.
He never touched America really. He touched the Caribbean only.
Well, I mean, he didn't really have to, and because of his beginning voyage, because a bunch of his letters, like I really believe he may not have known where the hell he was,
Yeah, he was
you
lost.
know,
He was lost
but
as fuck.
but because of what he did for Europe and the name that he developed because of his voyage to uh, the Western Hemisphere is what made him known and allowed them to uplift him wherever they wanted to. You know what I'm saying? And we gotta you gotta realize too that a lot of these statues that are up is not really just, I mean, because those a lot of those things are energies, uh sector, like high energy areas where they place the statues. So I mean it really doesn't really matter who it was, just the fact that, because I mean that same energy, just like what you're showing in Mexico with where they're going to take down the Columbus statue and put an indigenous woman there. They're still going to be harnessing a certain level of energy even with that. So that's what the whole idea of that was. Because I mean, even when they put the ones that's here in America, like a lot of them, they find that they're high energy. Like there would have been an obelisk, there would have been a, you know, could have been a pyramid or something that would have
Yeah.
done the same kind of
Because
thing.
when they came over here, they like to do that. They like to take down the old stuff and put their own stuff on top of it, especially on significant sites, important sites.
Yeah, and I mean that's like in Georgia, where's the you know, they said the KKK go and have their picnics and stuff every year. That's where they have all of those carvings into the side of the mountain and stuff. That's a high energy site. So that's one of the reasons why they put those things there, is to be able to, you know, use that energy however, you know, I guess they see fit. You know, I'm not, you know, I don't understand it, you know, fully, like how to actually use it, but I know that those, because what kind of mineral is that? What was that thing? I forget what they said that stuff is, but it's like real high energy that they, you know, where they carved all that stuff there. Um, I can't even remember what is Stone Mountain.
Granite.
I don't know if it was granite. Um, but that's one of the things that they've been utilizing and able to harness different energies with that. So
I have to take a potty break. So I'm gonna play a little bit more of that video I showed earlier that you didn't get to see. I think he'll wrap it up a bit and still cover the topics. So I don't want to play what I already played for people who are watching the show. You know what I mean?
Frimpong.
Out of the house, you have to just get rid of black violence. You don't just punish men. You have to like think about all of the ways in which all of the like exploitative and extractive policies are kind of like heaped upon black bodies, and not be surprised when it also includes that violence also includes like intimate partner violence, and not be surprised when it's bidirectional, right? So instead, we just want to cut off black men's nuts. We want to keep exploiting them, keep degrading them, and keep construing them as threats, but we'll cut off their nuts. Or induce them, because we're liberals in the 20th century, champion them for cutting off their own nuts. So that's going to be a problem. And I think that's just something we have to have. If there weren't an asymmetry in trans women to trans men in the black community, then like this wouldn't be an issue. But there is. So it is, and we have to actually think about like what is governing this asymmetry, and that's not transphobia. That's like what can account for the asymmetry. What can account for the asymmetry between people transitioning one way and the other? And there's going, I suspect, but you know, I suspect it's going to be the ways in which, you know, black men make themselves less threatening, like in life. And that is an unfortunate thing in quite a few ways, and are pretty much disposable. And so like this renders them less disposable, because you know women aren't as disposable. We care for women. Right? Especially ladies. And so like let's transfer from like what people might be running away from in the castration and go to what they're running to, which is womanhood. And if we understand womanhood as white, which we should, and people will get on me, they'll say all sorts of things probably in the comments about like, no, womanhood's universal. No, colonial womanhood is overdetermined by like what we need for settler colonialism and racial control. There's very little that black women and white women have in common, unless they're trying to be white women. Right? Like I talked about the 1918. Where do I have the clip here? The 1918 article in the. I don't have the clip here in the Greenville. Oh, I do. Yeah, good for me. Here we go. This came out in 1918 in Greenville, South Carolina, when Negro women were to be put to work. Because as women, black women needed to work outside of the house to clean white women's houses. And white women, as women, weren't really allowed or expected to work outside of their houses. So, like, there you have two people who are both women, but one was expected to work outside of the house, and the other, as a woman, one was, as a woman, was expected to work outside of the house, and the other, as a woman, was expected to stay home and not work outside of the house. So this idea that black women and white women have the same kind of live into the same sort of social and political reality is ridiculous. Black women have always worked. White women work sometimes, and if it's like they don't work for money, they work for passion and dignity. Black women have always had to work for money because black men have been employed sometimes, occasionally. They're employed. They're employed when they're employed and not when they're not. So black women have always had to work. And so this idea that there's a universal gender is ridiculous and irresponsible. And the same with, there's a guy by the name of Liftfoot who's arguing that like black men aren't even men. He's a white Southerner. He's like black men aren't men. You have to know that, right? They might be males, but they're not men. Men are white. So if you don't understand that gender ideology is a racial aspiration and a class marker, you don't understand why why upper class people, why middle class, upper class people, why aspiring people, they all take gender very seriously because it's a class marker. It's also garbage. And their gender ideology is anti-working class and anti-black. Right? So that you have these people who take gender very seriously. They want to live into their gender roles. And when they want to live into their gender roles, that's a form of distancing yourself from the black situation, black poverty, which is genderless, right, in an important way. Right? So be very suspicious of organizations that take their gender roles seriously. I expect you to treat them like gentlemen or ladies like ladies, because that's a class aspiration that's fundamentally anti-black. So when I look at people who aspire, and I've just run into too many actually kind of conservative.
You there? Putting you to sleep? What you think about it?
No, I'm good. No, I guess maybe I needed to hear more to see exactly where he was going with all of that, because for some, I guess for anyone, because the last point that he made was that anybody who's trying to specifically be gender specific would be somebody to be weary of, which I think in some cases that's true, but as long because he made the whole idea of a universal gender, which I don't know. I guess I didn't. I wasn't fully, didn't get all, because we started in the middle of some of it and we cut it off. But however, I'm weary. I mean, of course, when it comes to the whole transgender thing, I think that, because I think we had a conversation last week about how they're identified and how they want you to identify them and how confusing it is altogether. So it's just like, how the hell? What's up, man?
What's up, Pat?
What's happening, bro?
Now you the one look like you at a casino somewhere. Where the hell are you at?
I know, bro. Pat got me. I had to, bro. Don't worry about where I'm at. I had to. Pat got me. Nah, man, we don't do that over here.
Nah, we don't want to know. We don't want to know where you at. Nah,
That's what's up, bro. That's what's up.
Kiss and don't tell.
Pat, don't be doing this to me, man. You see this? That's the ambiance, dude. Don't be doing that. I'm like, hold on, Pat's somewhere awesome. He's talking about fucking
Yeah.
off.
So Curtis was like, "Nah, Pat got on there with a cool ass background. I'm not finna let him upstage me."
Oh, oh, oh. Got it. Got it. Got it.
Huh,
What's
where
up,
will I
man?
be this weekend? Let's see.
What's up, man? Welcome to greetings, brother. Welcome to greetings, man. That's what's up.
How you feel,
Yeah.
man? What's on your heart? Did you catch any of that video I played just now?
Nah, man, I just logged on.
Oh, okay. Talking about black identity and how like one of the things that struck me of what he said, we talked about a bit, was how like black people, black men, a lot of times we kind of emasculate ourselves in certain ways by making our voice lighter or making ourselves less threatening to people, and it's like a reaction to the the structure that we live under. It's kind of like a way to protect ourselves because we're always looked at as a threat, like we're gonna rape the white women.
Yeah, well, he one of the things that did stand out to me was the fact that liberalism, that the reason why they don't cut your nuts off is because I guess they've done so well in the past to where you'll cut your own nuts off. Like you
All
give it
right,
all, like your manhood.
liberalism.
Yes.
And
Liberalism.
yeah, I think he's right too. I think he's right. I think he's right because that's kind of like with the masks and the mandates and stuff. Because the liberals are the ones that's really hardcore. Like, put your mask on and take your jab. You know what I mean? Okay. You know what I mean? Okay.
We gotta be honest. We gotta point out to it really is. When Trump was in office, it was kind of like, look, there's masks. If you want to wear your mask, wear your mask. If you know what I'm saying, like he, none of them were like really trying to force you to do it either way, because it's like, look, I'm good where I'm at, and that's kind of where we should be. Well, in my opinion, that's where we should be as Americans. Is that we have a choice. Like, we live in, quote unquote, what supposed to be a free country, where I can choose, I can self-govern myself, I can do what I feel is right for myself. I don't need you to be my daddy over my actual biological daddy. You know what
And
I'm
that's
saying?
what's this, there's such, that's so perfect that you said that, because that's the way the liberals act. Like, I need you need help, let me help you along your way. You need the pee in the potty, you want me to hold it for you? I know you can't do all this for yourself, so I'm gonna make sure that you can manage this properly. You know what I'm saying? And it's the scariest form of authoritarian.
I'm laughing, bro. I'm
No,
laughing,
this
bro.
is I
It's
mean, I was
funny, Shaka.
joking,
It's funny. I know you.
but
I know
this
you.
is
Yeah,
this is the
yeah,
scariest
yeah.
form, man. On the, let's say, Republican side or more conservative side, they kind of have this like cultish, like religious kind of like thing going on. But on the other side, it's way more scary because they can do this worldwide and people won't even realize that they're doing it. You know what I mean? It's like, it's really sneaky. It's still a way of control. It's still authoritarianism. It's just in a sneaky ass fucking way.
How can I take power and control and make everybody feel like I'm the hero? You remember we just had spoke on that same
Yeah,
thing, like,
kind of. Pat's right. Kind of. Yeah, I can't disagree with him.
how
But what
can
the
I
fuck?
control all of your resources, everything that you do, and get anything that you earned? How can I take all that stuff away? Or no, no, you know what? How can I make you give it to me?
That's actually the easy part. It's already been placed.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's already been placed. I don't want to talk about it. We've already done shows about it.
But that's the kind of but that's
We've
the kind
already
of
fucking
but
done
that
shows
but,
about it.
but that's the
But you're
kind of
like, come on,
conversations.
no, fuck that, no, no,
But
no.
that's the psychology that they're using on the masses, because for those who are just they're not looking at all different angles. Some of them are just seeing, oh, damn, this is the best way to do it. Okay, good. Because like I said last week or week before, like some of us do need to be governed. Some of us do need that extra mama and daddy to say this is what you need to do, because they don't pay enough attention to everything to be able to truly make decisions for themselves. But for those of us who do, who are competent enough to be able to look at everything and say, okay, you know what, and also able to take the risks that may come along with whatever decisions you make.
Right. I'm not a minority, and I stand on my values, and whatever the consequences are, I'll take them home.
Yeah.
Yep. So I have to.
You're in Houston? You still in Houston? Are you on the west side? No, you on the south. No, I'm because it looks like somewhere I visited before.
You know what I am.
He gonna reveal. I don't really know. I think I know.
Yeah, it looks like a place I might have been before. Oh, there's some pool tables right there to your left.
Is it? He don't want to reveal. He's saying some pool tables in there, right there, where you at, ain't it?
All audio. I can't hear you.
Oh.
Put your damn earphones in.
You got to recharge.
I need to check on my damn. Trying to make me something to eat. I'm starving.
But it's too many of us keep that are just falling for the banana in the tailpipe. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
can you hear now, Curtis? Can you hear? This.
Oh, it ain't got crunk yet. And today, Wednesday. Tomorrow night, it'll have a bunch of women in there.
I want to check on my food. I'm going to play a little bit more of his video. Maybe it'll help you finish.
I think I'm going to reheat my stuff, too. I'm going to listen. I can still listen.
It's women who actually want to live into white womanhood, or what they consider womanhood, which is classed as white. A lot of there's some studies that say that actually black women are more conservative, especially black women who take womanhood seriously are actually more conservative because they want to live into womanhood, but they don't understand that that is a colonial ideology that's classed white. So like anybody who's taking either manhood too seriously or womanhood seriously is actually trying to live into a form of whitehood, which is not particularly great for racial or labor or honestly gender justice, right? So if you're talking about manhood, if you're talking about womanhood, and you're aspiring to manhood and you're aspiring to womanhood, you might be aspiring to whitehood, which, depending on who you talk to, like is a rational aspiration insofar as, Black life isn't great and it's kind of stressful, but it might not be. It's not something that's particularly just or legitimate or something we should like actually promote in the same way. So we have to figure out what's going on, and we have to stop pretending that gender is fundamental. It's not. In terms of like social antagonism, it's not men versus women. It's racial, and then race conforms gender. So your racial ideologies are what they are in order to support. And much of your Christian ideologies are what they are in order to support a quality of racial hierarchy that might not be great for justice, right? So we conform gender, we conform religion, we conform what we think of our family, we conform what we think of our jobs, all to support a racial hierarchy. So we need to take apart all of these kinds of institutions rather than just try to like mix and match and get like more women to be CEOs and more black guys to be trans. Like we have to be women. So instead of trying to mix and match, we need to actually reconstitute. I'm not a gender abolitionist because I think sex differences are important insofar as like, you know, females birth people and that can secrete milk in ways that males don't. And there might be enough sexual dimorphism to account for different leagues in sports. And so, like, you need to acknowledge sex differences, and then gender is the cultural overlay through which we acknowledge sex differences. But our gender ideologies aren't just that. Insofar as they were just that, they're fine.
You there, Curtis? Oh, wait. Oh, I can now.
All right.
Did you hear any of that stuff the dude was saying?
Not before you said you there, Curtis. But
Oh,
Well,
shit.
Well, look, I can tell you something because I was hearing, I'm listening to what he's saying, and hopefully I can keep it to where what he's saying, because I mean, to me, it's like on one hand he's saying that the idea of, if you're identifying male or female, or heavily, you're pretty much giving you're pushing up racism, by having because it's something that's supposed to be, I guess, against, black people or whatever. If you're,
bro,
too
at the
heavy
end of
on
the day,
one.
dude,
He's talking about
yes,
like
yes.
when they distinction of a lady and distinction of a gentleman, because that's racial. You got to be white to be a lady. You got to be white to be a gentleman.
Well, but see, and that's the thing. I don't believe in that.
Hold
I
on,
mean,
Shaka, let me do this. Let me do this.
He's not saying.
I'm like 2 steps. I'm like 2 steps below. Just give me that. You gotta do what to be a gentleman, and you gotta do what to be a lady.
the
He's not.
idea
He's not
of
saying
it.
that that's what it is. He's saying that's the
No.
thought process.
I'm just asking the question. Hold on, because I'm trying to see if I heard this right. I'm just asking, bro. I'm a little behind.
You said it right. You have to be
fuck you.
To be a lady and to be a gentleman. You got to be white, and it's related to the feminism. It's related to the feminist movement because the feminist movement is white women. That's not nobody else. Only white women. So if you're not a white woman and you're in the feminist,
I can back this shit off from you right now. Right the fuck now. Drunken truth, my friend. It's coming. It's coming. What?
What are you saying?
Seriously? No. That's why
You're freezing up. You froze.
You gotta not on a computer. So the question is like, what are you asking? Are you asking that it has to be a white woman? It has to be a white gentleman? What are you asking, bro? What are you asking?
Well, no, he's implying that the whole
I know
idea.
I know what he's implying. I need to know what Shaka's asking. I'm not asking.
No, I'm asking you what you thought about it. Like, what do you think? Do you think that's the idea of it? Do you think that's a thing? Do you think that's a real thing? Like that affects, society here in America?
Are you fucking serious? Of course it does.
Yeah,
of course it does, bro.
And how it's related to feminism.
What up?
What you think about that? Like how it's related to feminism also. Like white, like I say, you can't, I don't think you're missing a part of your identity when you get into the feminist. If you're a black woman or a Latina woman,
I
Latina,
hate you, Pat. Pat, I hate
because
you.
because listen, because you're
I hate you,
because
Pat.
because now you're just taking on the only identity of a woman and you're leaving off the rest of your identity and the rights that they're
Wait. Are we
fighting
talking
for
about the
are for
Mary?
white women.
Are we talking about the Mary and the vagina thing? Was that the main? Is that what we're talking about tonight? Is that what we're talking about tonight?
No.
Fuck.
No. I gotta check
Sure.
on my food. I'm gonna play him a little bit more so I go get my food. It's only a little bit.
And I think that trans women should be able to go to the bathrooms and be called the pronouns of their choice and all that. That's not the issue. The issue is when they want to be treated like ladies. Because I don't think anybody should be treated like ladies. Just like I don't think anybody should be treated like gentlemen. Because part of what it is to be a lady and part of what it is to be a gentleman is like is to like inhabit a certain kind of crappy class and race politics. Right. So like you want to be treated like a woman? Fine. You want to be treated like a man? Fine. You want to be treated like a lady? No, because that's going to be a problem. Because that's a division of risk and responsibility, that a gender division of risk and responsibility, I'm not exactly cool with. You're going to have to drive.
It's not exactly here, man.
Right. And same with gentlemen. Because people, if this quote is right, gentlemen got their gentlemanliness by castrating black men. They affirm themselves as gentlemen. A white guy doesn't feel any more like a white guy than when he is castrating a black guy.
Yeah, Pat. He got to get back on, bro.
In defense of a white woman. Right. So that's going to be a problem. Hey, thank you for your time. Check out the chapter. Check out the chapter of Melissa Stein's book that's in the description. It's fantastic. And understand that if you're going to go after the whites, you got to go after them in their gendered specificity. You can't just go after the whites in general because the whites in general it's too abstract of an identity. There are white men and there are white women, and I guess now they're trans that hop one from one to the other. But the problem is like these are differentiated organs that functionally work together in order to take out white supremacy. So if you think about you can take out white supremacy by just taking out white folks, you're probably thinking about guys like Trump, not women like Ruth Bader Ginsburg or Gloria Steinem. And the truth is, if you don't take out the Ruth Bader Ginsburg and the Gloria Steinem, it doesn't matter if you take out the guys like Trump. Right? And the tools you need in order to take out guys like Trump aren't going to work you need to develop a different set of tools to take out white womanhood. And so we need to actually figure out the perks of white womanhood, because there's no small amount of perks that go into white womanhood, which is why they sustain the racial hierarchy. And understand those tools to take out white womanhood are going to be different from the tools to take out white manhood, but you have to do them both if you're serious about taking out white supremacy, because they function as a unit. And it's funny on the left, I'll just end with this. On the left, they don't understand why it's so hard to liberalize the largest race and gender demographic, or not liberalize, radicalize the largest race and gender demographic in the United States, which is white women. White women vote. They're the largest demographic. America is the country it is because white women vote the way they vote. Like we have the politics we have because this is the politics white women want. Right? So how do you radicalize them? Well, you have to understand that you can liberalize them with like abortion politics, but liberalizing them and radicalizing them is two different things, right?
Okay, I'm back. Y'all can hear me?
Yep.
I'm freaking starving. Forgive me. So Pat, what did he clear any of that up that you was
I think I get what he's trying to say, because I mean, based on his explanation, I guess you could say, yeah, I guess he kind of cleared it up because he gave a certain level of meaning to what, being a lady is and what a gentleman is. But I guess at its core, I don't believe that because you know all of civility, anything that was civil, came through the black woman, the black man. Like all of the things that they know to be right is something that they learn from us. But based on his
Dude, I
definition.
literally just had this conversation. Hey, Pat, I literally just had this conversation last night, man. I literally just had this conversation last night with one of my neighbors, man. Like everything that you know, you learned it from somebody. People don't know how to be human no more. They don't understand how to be human no more. So, in order to understand what respect and understanding where someone is, you have to know where the fuck you are. And I hope I'm wrong. I like seriously, fucking seriously. Like you gotta understand where you are. Too many fucking people are telling other people where the fuck they need to stand, and they don't even have ground to stand on themselves, man. Like that. That's a problem. That's a problem for me. That's a fucking problem for me, man. It's a big fucking problem for me. So no, hell no. So what he's saying might be right, but you still have to have a demographic. I'm not with all the splitting and the separation and dividing fucking people. I'm totally not fucking with that. But the fact about it is, dude, you better know where the fuck you stand. Like for real, know where you stand, man.
Well, you know what?
I literally just went through this shit.
Well, look, from the aspect in which I think he's looking at this is more so on a political status, when you're looking at it politically, and you divide everybody up into, now, not only black and white, then Hispanic, and then all this and that and the other, and then you go into splitting people up. Okay, well, this is black male and black female, white male, white female. Like that's like you keep segmenting things up. So the demographics becomes a problem because we're not looking at the core issues of humanity. You know what I'm saying? And if you're looking for fairness, and then if you're looking for
right there,
fairness,
bro, you skip the core issues right there, man. You skip the core issues right there.
No, I didn't.
What happened?
I don't know.
Acknowledge right there.
Well, yeah.
Man, have a second.
We can't hear you,
dude. I've been drinking, so I'm sorry you can't. I'm sorry you can't hear me.
No. Well, no. Go ahead. No, I thought you had froze up again. No, go ahead. No, when go ahead. You say what you got to say.
No. I know. Look, dude, that's where it starts, man. Like for real. It's the division. The shit starts off. That's why I asked about the. Oh, no shit. Okay, good. Yep. So that's kind of where it starts, man. It's kind of where it starts. Division starts there. It starts on religion. If you really believe in God, God didn't create religion.
Mm-hmm. Damn, he keeps freezing up.
They create their own fucking endings. Let's not play this. Yeah, let's not fucking play that shit.
Okay, so they started with religion,
exactly.
And then they went on to what?
No. I said God didn't start religion.
Of course not.
So,
I mean, shit, we started God. Like, we created God.
I'll take a back seat.
I completely agree.
I mean, the idea of what God is, I mean, we created that as well, and everything that He believes or whatever, all that stuff was a creation of man. But getting back to what I was saying before was that the demographic thing is really one of the things that really hold us up as a people, as humans, is because you keep segmenting. Like we have one pie, and then every time we're trying to reslice this pie into different pieces so that we can, find one person within this whole
Hey, bro, it's gonna take her
segment.
10 years to find this goddamn podcast. It's gonna take her fucking 10 years to find this goddamn podcast. Nah, this bitch, she sat there and told me that humans are animals. Humans are fucking animals, and when humans are animals, and I watched this woman wipe the shit back to making into her mind that yes, humans are animals that exist. I'm a fucking human. Animals are animals. I love my Lana. That's my bitch.
Well,
That's
you know
all I
what?
can fucking do. I'm sorry. It's funny, but I'm sorry. No. Wait. No. She made this, and I watched this bitch in her fucking mind.
Keep freezing up.
In a snap of a fucking thumb. So I suppose that's what happens. I don't fucking know. Anyways, no, hell no. What you were saying was no, bro. So if you want this shit to work, there has to be a level of fucking respect, bro. You can't get over it. I don't give a fuck how many times you jump over that shit. There's a level of respect, but people don't have you don't know where to fucking respect to that, especially with fucking black men. Dude, this is a fucking playground for me right now. It's a goddamn playground. Unfortunately, like I said, it'll take her 10 years. It'll take her fucking 10 years. It's not a fucking curse, but yeah, it'll take her fucking 10 years.
So do you believe that we should segment ourselves more
No,
as
see,
human as people?
No. Oh, okay, let me start here. As black men, I'm sorry. Again, I agree with Josh. Man, we gotta stop playing into this shit. Yeah, I want pussy. I love pussy. Good God. Everybody has it. It's, well, let me be the. Well,
Well, I want to hear
I
your
don't know
butt. What?
another word for it.
I want to hear your the other end of your butt.
To what?
The statement you just made. I love pussy.
Well, tell me what I just said.
Usually there's a butt. No, I don't know. I want to hear the other side of it. I want to hear post butt.
Well,
There's got to be a butt.
No, there doesn't. There doesn't.
I love
Pat,
pussy.
you know this shit. But
yeah, what's the rest that comes after that?
I don't know how productive.
Doesn't have to be a but.
No, because you keep whatever you were saying will get to that point. You cut off. So it's just me and Chaka kind of looking at each other like, okay, well,
yeah, because you keep freezing up. Yeah. So, the thing about the gender and the feminism and the lady. So you what you were saying, Pat? You said you understood.
Yeah, because it's a lot of layers to it. Now, I got based on his definition of it, of what it is to be a lady or what it is to be a gentleman, is still a racial.
Dude, all I was trying
divide.
to say, dude, all of them. Look. At the end of the day, they're fucking lost. As a whole, they're fucking lost. But some of them don't know how to fucking get out. Some of them don't. I'm sorry. That shit happens, man. Just like I can be the asshole that I am and sit here and talk to y'all. Some of them don't fucking get out.
Oh, I get what you're saying. They don't.
Thanks, bro.
They don't get out of their little bubble enough to know anything more than the little algorithm.
Why is this an epiphany?
It's really,
Anyways, so the other thing we was talking about cannibalizing. We was talking about cannibals, and creating cannibals, and also cannibalizing the Caribbean, because like sex tourism has been a thing for the longest time, and those are to this day those are sex tourism places that you go, right? Haiti, Jamaica, right?
Costa Rica,
Barbados, right?
which I'm actually looking at trying to buy some land there right now.
Where? Barbados,
No, Costa Rica.
Costa Rica. Yeah, they
Yeah.
speak English in Costa Rica, right? And in
Hmm.
Belize, they speak English in Belize.
Hmm.
I
It's
want to,
cheap property. It's cheap property there too.
yeah, I want to say they use the dollar there.
Hmm.
So those things make it really easy for the transitions. They already speak the language. They already use the dollar. It's beautiful people too. They're so beautiful.
Shoot, might be where my wife come from.
Yeah. So, and consuming the Caribbean as like also just basically as tourism too. Yeah. Do y'all know about like the banana wars and all that shit? What do you know about that?
Mm-mm.
You would love that. Look that up. The banana wars has a lot to do with the Caribbean and Central America and the major corporations, Chiquita, Dole, and them. They had the backup of the U.S. government military to basically occupy these territories and control the banana trade, like totally just dominate it, monopolize it. And it's still like this to this day after that. Like, see, that's what they do. They fight their little wars, they win. And then they don't talk about it no more because we good. You know? The people in Jamaica, they used to have a lot of local farms that produced bananas. And they sold them to Europe. And they had an exclusive contract with Europe as it was kind of like a reparations for colonizing them, that they would give them exclusive rights
No,
to
bro.
these
How are you?
bananas,
Good.
and they'll guarantee that they'll buy their bananas. And they were doing that for the longest time. And these were all small farms in Jamaica who were selling these bananas, but it was a major market. They did not fucking like that shit. So that's when they came out with that fucking NAFTA shit. It was Bill Clinton who did this shit. So that's why I be saying, y'all be getting the listeners out there. Y'all want to say that the Democrats are evil or the Republicans are be doing shit. They both be doing shit. Y'all gotta fucking pay attention.
That's
Bill Clinton did this shit. This was the liberals or whatever you want to call it. And they did that shit. And they made it so words. They was like, it's unfair to the other markets that they have this exclusive deal with Europe on the bananas. That's not unfair. That's unfair to our companies. They got that shit overturned, smashed the local Jamaican market. Now they don't sell bananas there because they can't make no money selling them. Because they can't beat the price that Dole or Chiquita or whatever, because Chiquita and them got slaves working on their plantations and they could sell their bananas for much cheaper than, like, they can't even get fruit. They can't even, on the island of Jamaica, they have a hard time selling their regular.
Bro, I'm kind of where with all this information known. Everybody knows this.
Listen. No, they don't, bro. No,
everybody
they do not.
everybody does know it.
Listen. They can't even sell their regular ass vegetables like onions and potatoes and shit. You know why? This is locally grown onions and potatoes, because it costs them more to produce those onions and potatoes than the price that the local people can buy in Jamaica from the markets that come from other places. And so the onion could come from who knows, China. Would name a place off the map, and the onion is like 80 cents. And the guy who grew it right there in Jamaica, he has to charge $1.20 because he won't be making no money otherwise. You understand?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So
yeah. I pulled that up real quick. So yeah, that was the U.S. against the EU. So I mean, did you do you think that that made it fair, or did it make it did it make it worse?
Hell no, it wasn't fair. It was just the IMF, the World Bank, the fucking big corporations wanting to exploit Jamaica. They didn't want their people to be making the money. That was the problem.
They didn't want the natives to make the money. They wanted to be able to exploit.
Right.
Because it looks like because to me it looks like at least a high possibility that the U.S. and the EU actually came together to make that conflict so that it could control the price of like so that it's cheaper for both of them.
And if you think of the United States and Europe as corporations, then that will make perfect fucking sense. They was looking out for their bottom line. They wanted to monopolize the bananas, and they didn't want no competition. And besides that, they don't want niggas to have shit.
Hmm. Because just off of bananas, because people think that okay, like the only way to really make real money is in a lot of cases is drugs. Because I mean that could be monopolized as well, but when you're able to take any product, you take
Hell of a
your
lot.
choice,
Hell of a lot.
and the consumer is able to make the price, create the price line for or create the competition between this company and that company. Yeah, that's where the consumer is going to win, and that's what it sounds like the U.S. and the EU made themselves in that process because okay, if they're getting bananas from they're not the actual growers, they're not producing the bananas, but so on that in that deal, they were actually the consumers. So they were able to set the price of what it could be sold for instead of the actual producers of the bananas, which would have been the Caribs, the
And, and
whole.
and in all natural markets, the price is set by the person, the seller.
It should be. It should be because I mean your cost changes. Your cost changes year to year, based on whatever. I mean, even based on a storm, because the whole supply and the demand aspect of doing business. Shoot, if a bunch of crops get messed up, then I mean, if you want some of this crop, I mean, you're gonna have to pay more because
There's a scarcity.
uh, yeah,
But
there's not much of it.
and you just touched on something because there's an economic principle where they say you create scarcity, and that's I can't think of it right now, but because that just jumped in my head when you said that, but it has to do with capitalism where you create scarcity, therefore you can charge more for whatever the hell you're selling when
Yeah.
you create the illusion that it is like, and there's ways to do that.
Yeah,
You can
it's the fucking Bible, bro.
you can hoard all of it, right? You can buy it all
I
up,
know you heard
and
me.
then the Bible, like diamonds. A good example. People think diamonds
Yeah,
are
so
rare,
look, so
but they're not. They got
look,
so
so
many of them. They got them locked in a vault. They control the amount. They only let a certain amount
all right.
trickle out
Look,
each
so
year
I'm gonna
so
walk
that they
on.
can keep
So
the price
just so I
balance.
can say this, dude, no. It's the same
Bro, you freezing up again.
fucking thing as the goddamn Bible.
Um, Diamonds. There's not a shortage of diamonds. There's so many of them. Really, they should be cheap. They really should be like free. They're not worth shit. But you still go to the
What?
store and buy a diamond for 50,000 or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like hell was created, bro. It's fucking created.
The whole idea of a flawless diamond is what creates the whole idea of its value. So I mean, they can use that as far as being able to fluctuate a price for certain diamonds or whatever. But at the same time, I mean, that's anything that we buy and sell can actually go for pennies and over because I mean, really, all of it comes from Earth. You know what I'm saying? Like, no matter what it is. I mean, even the idea that why they was able to say that we don't have to use silver or gold anymore for money because I mean it's all a mineral that we're using to give value to something else. So really that whole structure, you know, comes from like it's inflated. Like they make it like you said, the illusion. It makes you look at it in a different way because of the value somebody else has put on it, and we kind of conform to that idea. But
You know what is a perfect example of that? Water bottles. The water that we buy at the store, $1, $2. Usually it's more than a soda too. But just a little while ago, my grandparents they used to fetch water out the well.
well, but I mean,
That didn't cost
now,
shit.
now, and I get that because I ain't gonna lie, I love me some good well water, and I get it when I get a chance. But the thing, and I guess creating a scarcity, probably was not an accident. And maybe it was because they said that the waters have poisons and toxins and oil spills here and this, that, and the other. Where just getting water from anywhere,
accidentally or on purpose, the result is the same.
Exactly. So that's what as far as you thinking that you have a healthier product because it came from this place. You know what I'm saying? Like I got this,
And they probably pulled it right out of the lead pipes that right to your house and put it in that bottle. And so I'm not saying Fiji water does it.
Well,
how would you know? Just because
you,
what you were saying, you have the faith that because the name brand is whatever that that is safer
and it's higher quality, it's cleaner, it's this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
And now we're looking at where it's we're looking at the pH value in the water. Is it acidic or is it alkaline? You know what I'm saying? So if it's alkaline, it's higher value, which if they're taking that right process. Because I mean, even with one of the things I think people don't realize too is that even with the alkaline water, we can make our own alkaline water with lemons or even with what you call it like baking soda. Like there's different things that you can use that can alkaline the water, but does it mean that it was natural? Because natural alkalinity versus chemical alkalinity, there's a difference.
Well, if you're using like you say lemons, that's natural.
Yeah, but
and you could probably use something else too, like some kind of mineral, like I don't know, iron or something. I don't know.
Yeah, but who's really taking? I mean, most people want clean. If you're selling water, they want it to be clean, clear, pure, whatever. Unless you're actually saying, okay, this is lemon water. But just to get regular clean water, most likely it's being used, different chemicals. And then even on the bottle, it says in order for it to taste good, they add other things, certain other things just so it'll actually taste good. But
we're crazy over here. I always say you want to look at the Africans and the Asians because they do stuff without even thinking about it because they just haven't been westernized like us. And one of the examples are water with lemon. They just give me some tap water or whatever the hell and give me some damn lemons.
Well, is it any different? Because I mean, especially like now, I don't know so much about Africa, but in different parts of Asia, it's identical. It's the same thing.
What are you talking about? The water bottles?
Oh yeah, that whole water idea. Yeah.
Yeah. What are you talking about? Like in the cities? I'm talking about like the culture of them. You know?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them, if they can get it from a natural source, especially where the water is banging against rocks and stuff like that, for whatever reason, that makes it cleaner.
Right. That's what happens. That's exactly true because that's what happens. It filters the water as it goes through the rocks. So, and that's what gives them the flavors because the different rock, because the best waters are going to be stream, the best tasting waters are going to be stream waters, fast
Yeah,
moving waters that
yeah,
roll over rocks. That's going to be the best tasting water. And it's going to taste different no matter where it's from. People that drink water a lot can tell the difference in, one water from it. Because even the water bottles that we buy at the store, they all taste different.
well, yeah. Um, I mean, the whole idea of drinking water from a plastic bottle has to be insane. Is
And
insane.
it is insane. They've been
It,
pushing this carton thing. And then what's happening now, though, everybody at my school, they have the little water, cups, kind of like this thing here
yeah.
that they fill up and that they carry around. So that's a lot better.
Yeah, I would say so because I mean, a lot of times I put my water in the Yeti, but I'm still pouring it. It's still kind of crazy because I'm pouring it from
From a water bottle.
a
So
plastic.
they I say all the time they love to put the problem on us. They talk about the climate change and they say you could fix climate change by just not creating so much garbage and have
Well,
your impact on the world. But no, how the fuck can I have an impact when Nestle is the biggest food producer in the world or some shit like that. I just read some shit like that and it blew my fucking mind. But anyway, Nestle create cases and cases of these plastic water bottles and ship them all around the fucking world, bro.
mhm.
So, if anybody can have an impact, you could just holler at that one fucking company, Nestle, and force them to
Well,
do their
that's
packaging
any
in a different way.
any significant change is going to have to happen at the top. I mean, that's just like the conversation we had last week or the week before, where it's talking about people giving up their guns and all of or what about this nuclear I the I guess the potential for a nuclear hit or whatever.
Have you seen
Uh,
I don't mean to cut you off, but have you seen in the news that shit is kind of heating up? And they're I'm not covering it because I don't want to big it up because the media is bigging it up, and some of my favorite channels are doing it. It's kind of like the whole Russia thing when they were doing some years ago, but now it's the China and literally trying to say, okay, warships over Japan, all of this shit, and it's some of it isn't true and it's exaggerated, and it's stirring up a whole lot of. There is real animosity between United States and China. I was talking about it in the other videos, but the media right now is creating this fucking animosity. Like they're egging it on. Because stuff I'm reading stories that aren't true that make it sound like a war is like happening or about to happen between United States and China.
well, I haven't been really. I don't really listen to a lot of the regular news, and I'm not really on point. Hadn't really listened to enough to really say what is or what isn't. But in my opinion, a lot of times they have these things that could be purposely conflated, not necessarily that it's real out in the universe, but it's real in our heads. And the main thing is for them to usurp our energy, get us to like misdirect our energy. You know what I'm saying? So
Currency.
yeah, that's the biggest thing is if we're paying attention to this, they can be doing that without us even paying any attention to that, because our mental powers is what changes everything. If we meditate, if we're praying, if we're doing things that can offset anything that they're doing, then the things that they have out in the public can, if we're worrying about that and that's not a real issue, the real issue is getting neglected where, if we don't, what I'm saying, like this is something that's happening all the time, and if we, because just I guess even us having this conversation plays into it, but I guess there is an element that I guess hopefully we can learn from, that some of us can learn from, is that we have to really be careful of what we're really giving our energy to, and not allow them to harness it and use it the way they
because
want
they're gonna
want to
do it,
use
and
it.
that's what they do. If you pay attention to, because they co-opt it. It could be an organic movement, and then they co-opt it and guide it in the direction they want it to go to benefit them. You know what I've noticed now that I watch so many different news channels and I can compare and shit. I've noticed that almost every time they cover like a protest, when people are like protesting about something, whatever the hell it is, like
Mm,
almost every time there's a couple things going on. One of the things that's going on is they co-opt it into whatever, like they'll bend, they don't go to the people and ask them what they are protesting about. They tell you what they're protesting about,
mm,
and they'll
mhm.
and then they'll maybe take a little excerpt or just interview one person that says a piece of something that sounds like it's supporting what they're saying, what these people are protesting about. But a lot of times the media really doesn't want you to know actually what they're protesting about. They'll throw a bunch of shit in together. Oh, they're protesting about this, that, and the other, whatever,
But
and that's important. And another thing they do is they have fake protests. They're always much smaller. These people aren't real people that's
well,
mad about something. They are
it's,
just it's completely political.
yeah. I mean, there's proof of there, and there's actually things that you can find online on YouTube and this, that, and the other, where like it's showing proof of different things that has happened that we, took because like they hire actors, like a lot of different events that's even happened right here in North America, but South America, it's happening a lot where, um, and they find that the person who's mainly funding it is that George Soros guy. He has a lot to do with what we hear about the Antifa and this, that, and the other. So like they show up, Antifa they're not a true organization, but they they pretty much jump in the middle of different things, Black Lives Matter, protests, this, that, and the other. They start doing whatever to try to push it in a different direction than what it was intended for, and that way everything kind of changes its view. Like all the stuff that happening in Minnesota, a lot of that stuff, the people who are the ground, because I don't really push the whole organization of Black Lives Matter, but matters or whatever, but the people on the ground who are actually protesting under the guise of Black Lives Matter, like those are the real people, not the heads, the ones that's trying to do different things, but you got to think the people who are actually the true protesters that's looking for change. Those are the real, what I would consider, are the real Black Lives Matter movement. But there's people in the background that's spray painting shit on the walls, that's starting the fires, that's doing all these things where it was a peaceful protest to where it's total destruction at the end of it. So, they have always tried to, find different ways to take over different movements to make it what, you know, or to demonize the people. Whatever is best suiting for them at the time is what they go with, you know. But and that's why we got to really be careful on, how we really get into how we interject ourselves into some of these movements, because there's always going to be that element, you know. we have to create our own everything, and grassroots. We don't need a big organization to try to push anything because they're going to always try to take control of it or even take credit for whatever comes out of it. They've been doing that for us for a long time. I mean, you think, the civil rights movement, when all that came about, everybody else joining it seemed to be a good thing, in which it wasn't a horrible bad thing because I mean
It got co-opted.
more people were able to benefit from it,
It
but
got
at the same
co-opted
time,
and liberalized, and now pretty much they didn't push back pretty much all the shit that all the advancements they made at that time.
well, yeah, the people who it was meant to help, you know, didn't get the help that they were supposed to get. Other people were able to use those same, those
Yeah,
rights.
they're pushing back on the Voting Rights Act. They added LGBTQ to what was that, the 15th Amendment, and then it's like that's what they focus on now. The inclusion, and that's what really got lost in that was it was supposed to be stuff to help Black people, and then they just started pouring all these other groups, if you will, into it.
But we're not human. How human how much more human can you be to for you to be you're pretty much the fall guy for everything. And then when you go fighting for rights, the things that you fight for benefits everybody except for yourself. In the most part, who's more human? Oh. But
yeah. Hold on, I'm trying to pull something up cool for y'all if I can do it. Let's see. Yeah, man. We just
the week been going all right so far?
Yeah. I mean, I'm busy as hell, bro. It's like midterms. I just wrote some big ass papers. That's why my ass is tired. And I put together a video.
You see, I'm chilling in a hotel room.
Oh, that's where you at? I didn't want to ask.
You didn't want to ask?
Yeah, I didn't want
Oh.
But I thought that's what it was.
Yeah, nah, I had a breakdown on my truck, so my truck is in the shop.
I guess that's good for me, so you could do the show tonight and tomorrow too, probably.
Hopefully, well, I'll do the show, but I don't know. Hopefully, I'm back in my truck because, I need to work, man.
Yeah.
Shoot, the year coming to a close. Shit, my son don't be wanting no cheap shit. Shit, you should see the Amazon list that I get.
Yeah, I already know.
Shit, but now, yeah, nah, and then the thing about it is, like the reason why it's a simple it's like a little $35 piece, but it's hard to find. It's like a bolt that came loose while I was driving, made my drive line fall out. The drive axle that runs from the the engine to the differential, the rear differential. One bolt stopped my whole show. $35 piece. That I found one now. But it had to be mailed down here.
Yeah, let me share one of my screens with y'all. There's a lot of resources out there that people don't really know about. They're supposed to be available, but they don't talk about it. So this one is interesting. Have you ever seen this website? It's the World Bank. So this is the official website of the World Bank. And basically, there's a lot of information that you can access through here, and it's economic stuff, right? So sometimes it could get a bit technical, but the lamest person can understand this stuff because it's really, common sense.
Mm-hmm.
They just use those words and stuff that might get you confused. But if you just look at the numbers, it says since 1947, the World Bank has funded over 12,000 development projects via traditional loans, interest-free credits, and grants. You can look at who has received them and how much they are, when they got to pay them back, stuff like that. And that could be very valuable information when you're trying to understand what's happening. Like a lot of things are there related to Haiti or... And here's another one, the IMF. This is the IMF bank. I mean, the International Monetary Fund. It's connected. Yeah, so it's related to the World Bank and so forth. The IMF has released in 2019 results of the Coordinated Direct Investment Survey. The new data shows that the U.S. holds both the largest inward direct investment position with 4.5 trillion and the largest outward direct investment position with 6.0 trillion. So that's just like a broad ass on the top information, of course, to make the United States look good. But the actual numbers and stuff are here. Like, I mean, I can't even, it's so much information. I don't know what to show y'all. What does this one show?
Do they have anything for maybe purchasing land, farmland to, I don't know, like you can start up your own, up a farm.
That would be on the other one that I was on. The what am I on? Am I on the World Bank or am I on the IMF? Yeah, I'm on the IMF. That would have been on the World Bank.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to know what type of qualifications you would have to, like, because a lot of times you have to be a U.S. citizen or you have to be
somebody to get that job.
Well, I'm not looking for no job. I'm talking about being able to, obtain those funds to be able to create certain things for myself or other people.
So look at this right here. United States 2019 outward direct investment. The Netherlands 860,000 or whatever. United Kingdom 851,000. Luxembourg, Canada, Ireland. What do all these countries have in common?
They're all European.
White folks.
Yeah.
So that's what my point is. I showed the World Bank website and the International Monetary Fund website. So basically, to prove, if you want to prove what's happening, that's where you can go and get actual data to back up your arguments of whatever. And it'll also help you where to look up other stuff.
Well, you always got to follow the money. In order to really know what's really, who's the shakers and the movers, who's the givers and who's the takers. You gotta follow the money.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. So they have
But
to.
I got a question out of that because just like let's say they got the U.S. Virgin Islands, they got the like Haiti is Puerto Rico is one of the I guess it's not necessarily a state, I guess, but it's a part of the United States. You think they bring those little islands into their hold so that they can be able to extract the monies that would be available to them if they were on their own?
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Say that again.
Do you feel like bigger countries, because like there's British companies in the Caribbean, there's United States, there's different places down in the Caribbean, that if they were their own state, if they weren't attached to a different, like the U.S. or England or whatever, if they weren't attached to them in any kind of way, they would be able to access these funds directly through that World Bank system instead of having to, you know, go through one of them in order to be able to get the finances necessary.
That would be true, but they wouldn't want to do that. Their situation as a territory of one of the Western powers is a better position than being out there on their own trying to get loans from the IMF, because the IMF, that's capitalism at its finest. Like they go to a country that's in a bad position. Well, the country comes to them. They're in a bad position. We need some money. We need some money so our people can have, our economy is gonna collapse. Like people are gonna starve and everybody's gonna die and shit. We need money bad. Okay, well, yeah, we'll give you some money, but it's gonna come with stipulations, and you have to pay us back in short-term basis. We don't do long-term loans, so that means these loans are like 2, 3, 5-year loans.
Well, you know why? I guess this is still in my opinion, but you know why I think that maybe it's not as good of an idea, and probably the only reason why it's not a good idea is because the lack of military presence.
Yeah, that's part of it. That's only one aspect of it. So all those little islands out there that are territories of the United States or territories of whoever, they are protected. They're considered a part of that mother country.
But honestly, are they truly protected? Protected by what?
Well, to a certain extent, only if you mess with them, then that's going to make the people mad because it's their territory. Because they're territorial. We own Puerto Rico. They're not a part of the United States. We just own them. So, but you better not fuck with them. If you fuck with them, you fucking with us. Type shit.
Yeah, like nobody's going to exploit these people any more than I am.
Exactly. That's exactly it, because that's part of the reason why they haven't, I think, made Puerto Rico a part of the United States, is because, they want to exploit them. It's part of the Caribbean. It's the history of the Caribbean.
But they don't have a president down there. They're a governor. They only have a governor there, right?
They do, but the politics is really complicated because, like, they don't. Do they get what do they get to vote for?
See, and the thing like Haiti,
It's complicated.
Haiti has a president. Puerto Rico has a governor. So they obviously would be a state.
Exactly. They should be a state. I think they're going to bring, Washington, D.C. is still not a state.
Well, it is, and it's not. It's not a part of the physical United States.
And guess
because it's
what the most
within
population.
another state.
Guess what the majority population of Washington, D.C. is?
Black.
So that's like similar to Puerto Rico, and it's like that. So I think that at some point they're gonna have to bring both of them in. They're gonna have to bring Puerto Rico and Washington D.C. in at some point. So it'll be 52 and 53, or 51 and 52, or whatever.
Well, I mean, there's a bunch of different islands down there, so I mean, I guess it depends. Like if some of those islands come together and become one,
Well,
one body of politic.
it's complicated. That's complicated because it depends on the island and the history and all that shit.
I know, but what I'm saying is, that's where it would, probably because I mean, honestly, I mean, it's enough.
Oh, you mean to make their own thing?
Yeah.
The Caribbean could be its own thing, but there's no way that they would allow that because that would be like a black nation.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, of course, they would try to fight against it, but at the
But
same
yeah,
time,
that
I mean,
would be the way. That would be the way to go because Puerto Rico on its own wouldn't be, able to survive. Jamaica on its own, maybe.
But if they all joined forces and
Right,
became their own,
right,
like
right,
the
right,
United Islands
right,
of,
whatever you want to call it, the
yeah,
Caribbean nation,
they could.
and just unite all of those.
Somebody's got to take over the military process of it.
They have
Has got to.
militaries. Jamaica has a military.
That's
You
just
know,
like the police.
yeah, but it's a military. They train and everything. They have
Yeah.
weapons and everything. So it wouldn't be much to do that because once you put those islands together like that, then they would be able to pool their resources, and then they would be able to build an army like that. It wouldn't take long.
Yeah.
A real army that could protect all the islands. They would have to build it, but they could do it by pooling their resources. But again, that would go back to them actually controlling their resources in the first place. So which islands in the Caribbean control their own fucking resources and is not have they still have plantations on these islands, bro. Like these corporations own huge plots of the island. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Huge plots, acres and acres. It's only islands, they're only so big. You got the fucking corporation own half the island. Literally.
Public Enemy said a long time ago, fear of a black planet.
And that's what it is. So that's why they busted up. This is deep though, because what was I watching? Something about how, they have a global idea of whiteness, and it's like if you attack it anywhere in the world, they all come together and fucking go hard. And the same thing happens when you see black people, diaspora, like coming together some kind of way. Then here they come, going hard. Like, we got to bust that up. And it's like, I think that's a big part, like I said, about Jamaica and the bananas. It's not just that they want to make money off the bananas. They also don't want the niggas to make money off of the bananas. Like that's a huge part of it.
Well, no, I know. I mean, that
gives them
that's
power.
what I got from it from the beginning was, they created that whole chaos, that scarcity, or it wasn't. I wouldn't even say they created scarcity, but they created a competition between these different entities that allowed like the consumer to be able to really to control what happens. I mean, where else in the world does that happen?
So the farmer, and he can't sell his bananas or his onions, so he might as well just go work for the damn dole plant. And the IMF people told them, they was like, okay, well, we're sorry about the banana industry. That is kind of fucked up. But you guys have a pretty boisterous tourism industry. Why don't you just go work in that? And the thing about that makes me so angry is because that's like slavery, right? You the white folks. The white folks are the tourists, and you're the locals, and basically your best way to make money is hope that these white folks come over here and
Just
ask you to
working hospitality. You
make their beds or
been,
something, entertain them some kind of way.
yeah, been to whatever it is they want while they're there. They're gonna give you money for you to serve them hand and foot or whatever. So I mean that's I mean because I mean that's still slavery.
That's still fucking slavery. It makes me so fucking angry. It makes me so angry because people want to be like, oh, because they volunteer, then it's not slavery or whatever. I mean, it's different when you didn't have, when you was put in chains and ripped out of your home and taken over here. That's definitely different. There's definitely a difference. But at the same time, if you put their conditions so harsh that their best option is to choose to be a slave, then that's still,
It's not a choice.
Yeah.
I mean, even the person that stays in the banana business, I mean, maybe they make a few more pennies than they would if they work for the dole plant, but then all it takes is a loss of crop, one loss of crop in order for them to be in a negative. You know what I'm saying? So that's where it becomes a thin line. If they're not, because I mean, that's one of the things I think about all the time. Like the bananas are like always 50 cents a pound. You know what I'm saying? It's like, damn, apples freaking, $2 or, like any other fruit. Because I mean, when you brought it up, it just like sparked something in my mind. It's just
Man,
like,
y'all can go down a banana rabbit hole because it's so deep. It'll explain the Caribbean. It'll explain the why it's always problems in Ecuador and right there in Central America area, because that's where they transported the I didn't mute you, bro. That's where they transported, it's not just where the bananas are grown, but it's how you move them too. You understand what I'm saying? Huge amounts of fucking bananas. So you need to have a secure route. That's very important because that's your money. Bananas are perishable. You ain't got time to fuck around. I need to get these hoes there. If you causing me problems, dead. This is serious business.
Yeah.
Look that up. I recommend y'all look it up. Banana Wars.
No, I did. I read some of it while we were sitting here, and it's it didn't really go that in depth. I only got in maybe a few paragraphs, but however, I could see that's that's a problem. You know what I'm saying? Inflation, because as long as I can remember, damn, but bananas have been the same damn price. Maybe I remember them being down as low as 39 cents a pound. But like now, even now, they're like maybe still around 50 cents a pound.
Like the cheapest shit you can get, and you gotta wonder about that. And then you have to worry about this labor that had to be put in making that shit. So on that part, when they talk about the consumers, that is something you can think about. You, instead of buying the cheapest thing that's on the shelf, because that was probably made by a slave. And it pretty much, no matter what it is, it could be a clothing item, it could be a food item.
Well, shit, some of the most expensive stuff people buy is made with slave labor. I mean, honestly, we throw the slave thing around a whole lot, but honestly, average everyday workers are pretty much slaves. I mean, maybe even in my position where I am, because I mean, I could be considered a slave. I mean, I might be a high price, a high price slave, but it's still slavery. No matter how you look at it, the whole the whole idea of paid labor is a construct of slavery.
And you're right, because the anthropologists always thought, I think I brought this up before, but they thought that the hunter and gatherers was busy all day, every day, going in on looking for food and shit. But once they really started, because this was just them going in from their Western ass fucking way of looking at shit. Because they are the ones that came up with this work all the damn time. Because that's what they said to the Native Americans when they came over here. Don't work. They don't work. They don't eat, and they don't want to work because they ain't never worked before. So let them starve or whatever. Kill them. And so, but that's what it is.
This is a trait, bro.
Because the natives, the Arab, they lived more closer to nature. They was, so that's what I'm saying though. So like, damn, you made me forget what I was saying. I forgot. Fucking.
Well, no matter, because I mean, we're talking about the whole idea of like the hunt, the hunter gatherer,
hunter gatherers. Yeah, that's it.
I mean, because honestly, like they didn't have to do all of that all year round.
Right.
Because I mean, and if things got, because I mean, they're doing a lot of them were growing. I mean, it was abundant. Like we was reading something where, like, I mean, shit, all of the plants, all of the fruits and stuff was so abundant that all through all the good seasons,
this garden
all the only time of the year where you can you can just go grab fruit off the tree and eat. You're eating all spring, winter and fall. Winter comes, okay, maybe there is some hunting going on.
Yeah, a few weeks of tough times, but humans are humans. We not stupid. We know winter's coming. We're gonna save up our acorns just like the squirrels do. Like, and I'm sure we've been doing that since forever.
Yeah, I mean, because sun-dried tomatoes is not a new thing. Sun-dried, raisins and all these different things are not new ideas. So I mean, the fruit that didn't get eaten fresh, they would allow certain ones to be able to be used to eat later on.
And they tried meats and everything. So so the point is the anthropologists thought that they were grinding all the time looking for food when they was hunter gatherers, when humans was hunter gatherers. But once they really started digging and looking at it, they realized that it they didn't. They chilled most of the time.
Yeah.
And that's the
thing.
Was free.
That was true freedom for that. Like, I mean, that was true.
That's the natural form of us, I think. And then be talking about us being lazy, but no. When the tough get going, when things get tough, the tough get going, and that's us. That's us. We gonna put in the effort when necessary, But if it ain't necessary, we chill.
But it's the implants that come in and try to say, try to define what somebody else's situation is. Like, you could have just stayed where you were. Obviously, where you were is not as abundant as it was here. You know what I'm saying?
There's a reason why you coming over here. And then talking about we don't know what we doing. Y'all niggas done sucked all the resources that you had over there, depleted your shit. And now you got to move somewhere else to find some more shit because you done fucked up your shit. You don't know how to see abundance. Life is forever if you balance it. If it goes out of balance, then it's not going to be life forever. You're just going to fucking turn into rocks and nothing that you can use because you're not thinking past now. They have this real like simple, short-term, selfish ass way about going at life, where like what happens 10 years from now doesn't matter. Like, and one of the things that really pisses me off, like in my class, one of the students, we was talking about green energy, and we was talking about those wind turbines or something like that. No, we was talking about architecture. We was talking about architecture and how certain architecture be really bad to birds. And all they have to do is add like a little thing on there so that the birds can notice that it's because they can't see it. You know what I'm saying? And one of the dudes in the class was like, "Who cares about a couple of birds?" And I swear, bro, like it struck me like lightning because that's the attitude that they have. It's like, it's just a couple of birds. Like, oh my fucking God, bro. Oh my fucking God. That shit that shit hits me hard because yes, only a couple of birds then, and then a couple more birds, and then a couple of more birds, and then a couple. Guess what? Now there ain't no fucking more birds. You fucking dumbass. And then they don't care about the impact of how like one thing affects another. Like they have that goes back to that individuality thing that I was talking about. And the we, I wanted to talk about that. I think I left that off. The term we, the natives, the indigenous people used we. That's how they talked. The Europeans don't use that. They use I, me. And that's what it is. It has to do with that individual ass way of looking at things. And they don't see the connections that, if you deplete all the fucking resources, at some point you're not gonna have nothing to fucking eat. And then it's like I don't care, man. I'm probably not gonna be here. Well, your kid's not gonna have nothing to fucking eat. Well, I don't care about them. And just it's all about me. Like destroy the earth as long as it lasts for the next 50 years while I'm still here.
Yeah, and that's a problem. Like that whole idea, just to even I mean, it's a selfish idea first of all, but it's never been, maybe I don't know how long in our history this has been going on, because of course it's gotten greater and greater, and then of course our populations have grown significantly from the past, but just the idea of trying to because all right, there's an abundance, there's we live, we can live in abundance, but when you try to hoard and you want to gather up all these things just so that you can be rich, because I mean just the idea that 1% of the world owns has more money or than everybody else. 1% owns more, has more money than 99%.
And how can they think this is sustainable? How can you sustain that? And then we big this up. We worship this shit on like everybody should want to be a billionaire or a trillionaire. I don't want to be a billionaire. You know what I'm saying?
Wait a minute, give me a second. I'm sorry. I gotta get my plug this phone up.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to be a billionaire. I don't want to be a billionaire. We hoard resources, and then how can this be sustainable? How can this continue? At some point, it's not going to work out. You know what I mean?
Well, at no point did it really work, but it just wasn't quite as visible as it's become in as of late, because a lot of people are seeing, more people are seeing the destruction from that. There's been people who've had foresight for a long time that was actually saying what direction we were going to under these conditions. But
I saw a video the other day. They said we're right. The United States looks just like France did right before the French Revolution.
Well, and I'm sure it probably looked the same way. Shoot, even because I mean, even before what was the Civil War is the only thing that America's ever dealt with
on the land here.
What was it? 1812. What was that one?
Yeah. Oh yeah, the Spanish American. That's like Spanish American War, but that was before the United States. Like that wasn't fought on the actual United States, if that makes any sense, because that was before westward expansion.
Okay.
Yeah. So the only war fought on American soil was the Civil War. That might not be true, but I'm pretty sure that's true.
Yeah, I might have to look into that some more because for whatever reason I feel like that was here, or at least it was a big thing for the U.S. But
It
either
was. It was our war, the 1812 War of 1812. That was our war, and the Spanish American War, all that. That was us.
but where
It's just the map. The map was different. That's what you have to remember. United States was still over here on the East Coast mostly.
oh, okay, well, no, all right, so I mean that was yeah, all right, so all right, that was here, that was on
It was
uh,
on the North
uh
American
so
continent,
yeah,
yes, but technically not the United States because the United States was still kind of much smaller.
yeah, if they were even the United States yet,
Yeah.
because it was I mean, because you got to remember there was a segment of time where it was the United States of America. You know what I'm saying? That existed. We were the United States of America. Then it got broken down to just the United States. And that just happened in the 1900s, or the late 1800s you know, into the 1900s. So before all of that, we were the United States of America. George Washington all the way up to Abraham Lincoln. We were definitely the United States of America. But
Let me see something. Is this? Yeah, let's watch a little bit of this. I have a bunch of shit. I think I'm gonna share it on the next show. But check this out. Let me see. Can I pull it up? Yeah.
Growing up, I was at 12 years old traveling down to Charlotte Street to shop because I couldn't afford the things anymore. And even that experience alone, just walking up and down alone at that age.
Uh-oh. I knew if I kicked that, it was gonna do something.
if you kicked what?
It was a verification shit. It asked me to see. I knew it. They want me
Growing
to
up, I
sign in.
was
Okay, there we go.
at 12 years old traveling down to Charlotte Street to shop because I couldn't afford the things anymore. And even that experience alone, just walking up and down alone at that age, being Chinese, and yeah, people would harass me all the time. You know, hey, Chinese, and harass me. So I used to hate that.
So there's a lot of Chinese in Jamaica. Did you hear the accent of the lady?
Yeah.
Harass me if it's slightly call out at women as a sure, you walk down the road, you're looking half decent. They are sure you could have on a potato sack that still harass you if you're slightly attractive, right? And if I be walking with a group of friends, much easier to target me because of race. You can't go, hey, this doesn't sound as hip, I guess, to say, hey, white girl. What are you going to say? Hey, white girl, hey, black girl, hey, Indian girl, hey, Chinese girl. There's a ring touch, right?
The most mild be sort of hey Chinese girl,
Love the way they
Shiny,
talk.
looking
shiny.
nice, run around the savannah. They have to give a little commentary for their little 5 seconds, as they as you run by them. So you hear it like that.
Friends and stuff will call me that affectionately kind of thing. But it's everybody. I mean, certainly it's not something that anyone feels they can't call me or they shouldn't or universal.
The Trinidadian culture is very direct, to the point that in other cultures it might be considered politically incorrect. So it's very much part of the culture to be that direct, in identifying people by, I mean, this is the least of it, being Chinese or Syrian or black or Indian or.
I don't find it offensive. I don't really get called like that on the per se. But if my friends call me, it doesn't matter to me. To me, it's nice to see that they could recognize that part of me.
when I was younger, I took it slightly differently because I was aware of being mixed.
She
I
is
always
cute
remember
as
like
fuck.
checking off on my immigration forms and anything that I had to define my ethnicity, and
But
I
this
always chose
phenotype is
other
very
or
common.
mixed,
Yeah.
because I was very aware of that.
But you can
And I
see
wanted
the
to be
Chinese though, can't you?
what I was,
Well, yeah, I
but
can.
I see black. All I see is black,
aesthetically,
Well,
but
in
she
this
is black,
vicinity,
but I
nobody
mean,
ever considered anything other than I was Chinese girl.
the whole
I
idea
think I
of
associate myself
Asiatic
more with the
black men is
Chinese
not
part of my
just a
heritage.
myth.
Well, I would say I'm Chinese, um, black, a bit of Carib or Spanish, I don't know which one, and German.
I am part Chinese, part Negro, part white, and part Indian. The Chinese and the Negroes from my mother's side, the white and Indian from my father's side.
About 65% Chinese, coming from both my father and my mother, and I'm the rest of it mostly Indian, but then a little bit of Spanish, a little bit of African, and that's what I know. So, yes.
I mean, and if I go in a particular area and they look at you, you're not part Chinese. I'm like, no, I'm not pure. That is pure. Yes, pure Chinese. No, I'm not pure Chinese. So I can't put Asian. So yeah, I'm mixed.
I'm Chinese, mixed with Indian, mixed with Portuguese, and black. So usually I tell them, well, yeah, quarter portion everything.
I am a Callaloo, as they say in Trinidad. On my father's side, my grandmother was.
I thought this was
combination
Jamaica.
of,
They
French
keep saying,
Creole
I
and
guess it's
even
in
Carib
Trinidad.
and black.
Yeah.
And my grandfather was pure Chinese. And on my mother's side, my grandfather was French and Chinese, and my grandmother was of Scottish descent. So this is the end product.
Yeah, what do you think about this? It's crazy, huh?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I need to be as ignorant as everybody else in order to really fall for any of that because.
Chinese.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
And on my
The
mother's
fake ass groups, the fake ass identities, like I say, I would just call them black. I like that better than them having to say all them damn different ethnicities that they claim or whatever.
Well, no. I mean, the reason why I'm saying that is because you don't think they have Asians as dark as them or darker.
Yeah, they do. Definitely Thailand, different places. Yeah.
And they're less Asian because they're in Trinidad. I mean, I think that's more so what it speaks
my
to
dad's
is that
side, the
because
family, it's
you
pure
know, I
Chinese.
mean, most of us up to in the this millennia, 2000s,
When I reflect,
2020, 21, for it, you know, everybody has had some form of mixture over the last at least 1,000 years for sure. But at one point, I mean, Asia was just as black as any other place in the world. You know what I'm saying? That's like that's where really the difference is. Like the lighter cultures are the minorities. That's where it's less of them in the world than it is anybody else. There's more black people on the planet than there is anything else. So I mean, honestly, like the whole idea that they have to be, they should be able to describe themselves however they want to, because I mean, if they have a high percentage of age, if they want to connect with that, that should be fine. But I think that because of the social construct, they won't allow them to identify as Asian because they're mixed with some other stuff, or mostly because they're black. If they had lighter skin, they could say they were Asian and nobody would say a damn thing. But to be Asian isn't really a light skin or dark skin or anything else. You know what I'm saying? Your heritage. I mean, I could say I'm Irish. I mean, I got Irish in my blood. I could say, I mean, I could totally just say I'm Indian and not know pale Indian, like black Indians or whatever. So I mean, that's more so what I identify with more so than anything else, because that's where I think the bulk of my heritage is, is from. But because of where they are in Trinidad, and you can distinctly see that they have strong Asian features. Why can't they just say that they're Asian if they want to?
That one lady did. The one lady did. The one lady they asked, she said, I'm Chinese, but she said, I have to say I'm mixed. But she started off with, I'm Chinese.
Yeah, I mean that's somewhat of a problem. I mean, one of the laws of nature is for you to be able to describe yourself how you want to. That's like a God-given right. That's where the whole idea of, like, if look, I'm a trans Asian, if you want to call it, what I'm saying? Like, you ain't really, but for them, for transgenders to even be able to identify the way they do, is because of that whole idea that you can identify how you want to. Nobody should be able to tell you how you want to, but they want to be able to play the fence. They can do it where they want to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But again, it goes back to them just creating these identities for everyone.
Well, no, that's a problem.
That's a problem. And then we go along with it, and then that's what makes it real.
Yeah. But who has the monopoly on Chinese? What's what I'm saying? Or Japanese or Taiwanese, or what I'm saying? Like, a lot of these people are more of a darker skin tone. When you get over there, I think the majority of Asians are dark skinned. The ones you see on TV may not be, but the ones, what I'm saying, the ones that they put out in the front, they're light skinned, but for the most part, the populations make up look more like you and I.
And again, like I say, that's the damn, like, the minority idea, because clearly people of color are not the minority in the world.
By any
Any stretch of the definition.
At all. Yeah.
So where the hell did that come from?
That's what I'm saying. Somebody's trying to monopolize race. Who can be what and what, based on a certain color in your skin. Like, that's like, it's ridiculous to call anybody that's dark skinned African. Like, everybody that's dark skinned is not African. It's just not. There's gonna be. I know there's gonna be some angry people, man. Because they've been mentally, they've been screwed over so badly mentally that they don't realize that every corner of the planet, no matter where you go, places you haven't even been yet, places that don't even have TV yet, there's black people there, and always have been.
Chilling too, because that's what we was talking about earlier. Is this whole rat race idea came from the Europeans, and for whatever reason, they just feel like their way of thinking, their way of doing it, is the right way that everybody should be doing. And then they try to fit their way of looking at the world into every other culture that they look at. And whatever they do, the other culture does that compares to them, then that's good. If it does it, then it's bad.
Well, I guess that's where it shows their superiority, is because they can control everybody else's mindset to believe this shit.
How do they do it?
I'm not saying that they truly are superior, but I mean, for them to be able to implant certain thoughts in your mind, and you be like, huh, okay, that makes sense. I mean, just I don't know. It's giving me a headache.
What you know about the 1619 project?
Well, you're talking about the one that's starting out of this whole critical race theory bullshit.
Kinda, yes. It's the lady who kinda one of the champions of critical race theory is the one who came up with it.
Well, based on how it's taught to you, you might see it one way or another. But it's ridiculous to me to think that we have to have a certain way to teach history.
Well, look, the thing is about CRT, I haven't been trained in CRT. I don't really know what that is. I do take anthropology, and we do look at
That's but
that
the- see,
kind of
but no, anthropology is a true way to study history,
well,
real history, or like
right. I'm a historian, so that's why I say
discover the mysteries
I don't
of
know what
our
CRT. But look,
story. It shouldn't be his story. It should be our story,
but look,
because everybody was involved in one way or another.
right. There's some stories, there's no good guys. That's what they say. So, but look, no, what people don't understand about CRT, because I do understand a bit about what it is, even though, like I said, I don't know what it is. I haven't studied it, but I have an idea of what they're talking about just because of the stuff I've looked at about it. And so it's coming at it from a law perspective. It's really taught in law schools. It's all people who lawyers. Lawyers are pretty much the only ones who study this stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not going to be in no regular. Like I say, I haven't been introduced to none of it, and I've been in school forever.
But it's still, to me, it's still it's still a way to allow history not to be taught the way it should be, because like there's having timeline, like
but see, again, that's you coming from a place where you don't really understand what they're saying, because they're not teaching history. It's not shown. That's what the media is saying. CRT is a tool to like explain how black people were exploited through the law, historically.
Yeah.
Right. So it's not a study of history per se. It's trying to make a point, and it's using the law to draw attention to, because the issue, what critical race theory was trying to do is to show that basically the civil rights era failed. You know what I'm saying? Reconstruction failed, and the civil rights era failed.
Well, and I totally get that, because I mean, you don't typically start learning history until what, junior high school, because through elementary school they teach you social studies, like our social constructs or whatever.
Right.
So but at the same time, I mean, because for me, I want everybody to understand what happened, what actually happened through every different segment of life. Honestly, that's the thing that I'm saying. Like, there's a group of people that they're mad about the whole critical race theory because it tells the truths about themselves and their ancestors, that people that came before them, how they treated people, and now they don't want their children to see that side of themselves, so that they feel bad about who they were or are. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, as far as the way, the critical race theory is, like, I would support it as far as teaching the truth. That's the main thing what I want to happen. Like, that's the whole thing with that. So when I say, because you say that me not understanding it, I think I understand it a great bit in full detail. Maybe I'm missing some things here and there, but overall, it's teaching our past honestly.
Yeah, that's the point. Let's see if we can. I don't know. This is long.
What if I told you
Hold on, let me see.
that the year 1619 is as important to the American story as the year 1776? That America is a country born both of an idea and a lie. I have been obsessed with the year 1619 since I was a high school student like you in this room. It was during high school when I was taking the one semester Black History course that my high school offered that I first came across a landmark book called Before the Mayflower. And on page 29 of that book is when I first saw the year 1619, marking the arrival of the first Africans in the colony of Virginia. And historian Lerone Bennett, who wrote that book, said these words: "What seems unusual today is that no one sensed how extraordinary she really was. For few ships, before or since, have unloaded a more momentous cargo." And he is, of course, talking about the White Lion, on which those first 20 to 30 Angolians were brought and sold into slavery. Like most Americans, I was taught very little about the institution of slavery. Slavery, of course, explained the American presence of my family and all of the Black people I knew and saw. But like most Americans, I was largely taught that slavery was marginal to the American story. Slavery had to be mentioned because history books needed to be able to explain the Civil War. But even this oh-so-brief discussion relegated slavery largely to the backward South and assured us as Americans that slavery had little to do with how our country actually developed. I've been thinking about the anniversary of 1619 pretty obsessively for the last 2 years. I knew that this anniversary, this 400th anniversary, was going to pass in most American households with little or no notice, because most Americans actually had no idea that this was an anniversary at all. But they should, because this is the very reason that we exist today as a country. We would not be the country we were it not for slavery. So let's begin with the part that most of us kind of know, which is that it was the bodies and the labor of enslaved people who built the very wealth that made the United States possible. Slavery made the colonies wealthy, and that wealth gave the founders the confidence to declare independence from the most powerful nation in the world at the time. During the height of slavery, 2/3 of the world's cotton was coming from the United States and was being picked and produced by our enslaved ancestors. In fact, the value of the bodies of enslaved people was worth more than all of the railroads and factories in the nations combined. New York City's fate was so intertwined with the institution of slavery that New York City's mayor threatened to succeed during the Civil War because more than half of all the exports from the city was enslaved-grown cotton. The entire financial sector of Wall Street was built on the mortgaging, financing, insuring, and collateralizing of enslaved workers. Slavery was a product of both the North and the South. The second richest man in the country during slavery was a Rhode Island slave trader who single-handedly sent what would become millions of Africans from Africa into the Americas. The Industrial Revolution that we all learn about was fueled by northern factories spinning cotton grown by the enslaved in the South. Enslaved people cleared the timbers that allowed for cotton and rice and tobacco production and taught the colonists how to grow rice. They had an indelible impact on the nation's wealth, North and South, East and West. Enslaved people built the infrastructure of our country. They built railroads and streets and government buildings, including the White House and the Capitol building right here in Washington, D.C. They took the sketches that Thomas Jefferson drew on paper and translated them into the architectural feat that is Monticello. And it was an enslaved man here in America who introduced the science of inoculation, to the colonists during a rising smallpox epidemic in the 1700s. But what is less understood and almost universally overlooked in the way that we are taught about both the institution of slavery and the contributions of Black Americans is the unequivocal role that Black people have played throughout our country's history, and that is that we have been the perfecters of this democracy. Because you see, when the founding fathers wrote our founding documents, the words that they wrote were false. When Thomas Jefferson wrote, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness," he knew as he was writing those words that those words would not apply to 1/5 of the population of the country who was held in absolute bondage, and that those words would not apply to his own family members, including the children whom he'd had by an enslaved woman. Our country says that we were founded to be a democracy, but we were actually founded as a slaveocracy, and that we were a country that was run by the owners of human beings. And 10 of our first presidents were enslavers. But while our founders set up a decidedly anti-democratic constitution that denied voting rights to the majority of citizens, to women, to Native Americans, and to Black Americans, and that denied absolute rights to 20% of the population, Black people actually believed in those founding ideals, even when the founders did not. And they believed in them with an unmatched fervor and responded to those ideals by pushing and fighting for liberation and universal equality for all Americans. From the moment when Crispus Attucks, a man who himself was a fugitive from slavery, became the first person to die in the American Revolution, to Black Lives Matters protests now, it is Black people who have fought to make the ideals laid out in the Constitution a reality, and who have fought more than any other group for the common good of all Americans.
What do you think already?
Reconstruction that we see
Pissing
public
me off.
education being brought to the South. It is the fight
'Cause this is not
struggle
real
of Black
history.
Americans to end slavery and then provide equal protection of the law and citizenship for every person in this country, and universal suffrage and the first civil rights legislation that we finally began to see this country striving to represent the ideals of our Constitution. Yet despite fighting for these tremendous advancements,
The one thing
for all
about it
Americans,
that is
100 years
definitely
later, after the Civil
a
War,
clue
Black Americans were still
is that
struggling
it
to
was
achieve
posted
those
by
rights
the
for
New York
themselves
Times, hosted by the New
until
York
they launched this
Times.
nation's second mass movement for civil rights. And the civil rights movement of the 20th century, of Black struggle and resistance, and the fight to turn this country into democracy, set the template for all other rights struggles: immigrant rights, gay rights, women's rights, disability rights. They all owe their legacy to the Black struggle for civil rights. And the civil rights victories Black people won ensured rights not just for themselves, but for marginalized people across the nation. And today, Black people fight still. We are the most likely of all groups to oppose the death penalty, to support a living wage and universal health care. Because Black people came here under unique circumstances.
I thought she was going to explain.
But as sociologist Glenn
This is
Bracey
just
wrote, we actually created what became the only true this original American culture. So many of our ancestors had to do center of American history. And we show them.
Dude, all this is propaganda. This is
She didn't
this
even
is just,
explain.
this is more exactly. This is more propaganda. You know, this is a summary of what America was, but it was very small truths there that didn't really. Okay, first of all, the whole 1619 up to 1776 thing. People need to study what happened in 1774. Because I mean, our Constitution was not written by them. And they even say it was adopted. They adopted it. They adopted the Constitution. There was something that it existed already from us as a country before they came in and started what that was their own, for them to be able to have some form of government here, which we already had for thousands of years. We already had, but man, this is, and people gonna soak all that stuff up, man. It's a bunch of crap because some people can prove that the first slaves that came to Virginia in 1619 were white.
Yeah, that's true. And they were indentured servants. I didn't watch that video. I was scrolling and this one I've seen. This is interesting as a museum.
Ask yourself the question: if you grow up and growing up, you see literally thousands of examples in cartoons, in movies, in books, and in real life of blacks being the victims of pain, the victims of aggression, and also the perpetuators. What seeds does that plant? What we try to do in the entire museum is to re-emphasize that the pieces in here are caricatures. They are not real people. It's a distortion. It's a lie.
Mm-hmm.
Many people who come to the Jim Crow Museum have little or no knowledge of Jim Crow. So we began the experience inside the museum with a display about Jim Crow, the character, and then we move into Jim Crow when it becomes a synonym for racial segregation. This wall here is a blown up version of an 1832 sheet music, which was called Jim Crow. You have here the silhouette form of Thomas Rice, one of the early blackface performers in the U.S. who put blackface makeup on, got on stage and pretended to be a black character. He did not create blackface stage performances, but what he did do was to make the Jim Crow persona popular in the United States and across the world. This section of the museum actually has two of the ways we think of Jim Crow. One, Jim Crow as a blackface form of entertainment. Minstrel shows both shaped and reflected attitudes toward African Americans. Imagine if you were a white American, you didn't know a lot of African Americans, and the only depictions or portrayals of African Americans that you saw were from the minstrel stage. There you would find, dressed in blackface, white Americans pretending to be African Americans, and then later, African Americans darkening their skins, pretending to be even darker African Americans, acting as buffoons and idiots and the like. Those shows became central to the creation, the legitimization, the spread of the ideas and beliefs that African Americans were inferior others.
When the man said, would you give me a situation, you'd have to put me through a simple self-examination.
No, stupid. You mean a civil service examination.
On the other side, what we have is Jim Crow as a synonym for segregation. And this showcase has objects that we would more traditionally associate with segregation. One of the lessons of the Jim Crow Museum is that Jim Crow segregation was so pervasive that it was omnipresent, that it was in every aspect of American society. Every major societal institution, the family, the government, the media, the military, higher education, all major institutions in our society bought into the idea that whites were superior to blacks in all ways that mattered. In every day, in every aspect of the society, the racial hierarchy was cemented and manifested. There is a sign here that says for colored patrons only. This shows the value of an object as a teaching tool. You've heard the story of Miss Rosa Parks and how that, I mean, it was an instrument used to control African Americans, to control their ambition, to say to them, no, you will not have a of African being victimized within a caste system if they did not fear violence. And it is an unfortunate truth that in the United States history, that thousands of African Americans were brutally murdered. I think the message to learn here is that violence was instrumental. By that, I mean it was an instrument used to control African Americans, to control their ambition, to say to them, no, you will not have a white man's job. You will not date a white man's woman. You will not attend a white man's school. And if you try to do those things or anything that implies that you believe that you are an equal to a white man, you risk your life. Caricatures of African American women. She was dark, she was a large woman, she was, at least by American standards, an unattractive woman. She had children, and yet she was often perceived as being desexualized. She was loyal to a fault. And that image of Mammy became this image that many white Americans associated with wholesomeness. So her face was placed on breakfast foods and other kitchen-related objects. And so what we did here is to put literally dozens of Mammy images in a kitchen. All racial and ethnic groups have been caricatured in this country, but the truth is no group has been caricatured as much and in as many ways as have depictions of African Americans in cartoons in the 1940s. What you'll notice is that they're actually caricatures. And as caricatures, they become techniques to use against African Americans who are pursuing what was then called social equality. The same thing is true with toys and games, except there's an added dimension there. In other words, in toys and games, African Americans are portrayed as coons and toms and sambos and pickaninnies, but they're often portrayed as victims, targets, as we saw before. Also, toys to be made to dance that the user can manipulate, that the user can abuse in some way, as some of the toys and games in the museum demonstrate.
So what you think about all that?
A lot more honesty. I think you know, a lot of people don't understand the whole thing of Jim Crow as well, because I mean, you know, I've heard people talk about it, but as far as, you know, they didn't realize he was a minstrel character, wasn't really a black guy. I mean, you know, that even started that whole idea. But you know, that was like during the turn of, because I mean, if they weren't, you know, black people weren't respectable people to begin with, you know, what was the whole idea of trying to, you know, make them look bad? If they are already bad people, you wouldn't have to have an effort to make someone look bad, you know. But, you know, like I said, TV was just coming about where they can spread an idea. You know, people who've been knowing black people all their lives now, you know, after seeing this on TV, now is something for them to worry about or be concerned about. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? There's a bunch of white people who grew up in the you know, area where, you know, not far from where.
I think it's the equivalent of Cops. I think a lot of people don't realize. I'm talking about the show, the TV show Cops. Remember that show?
Yeah.
A lot of people don't realize that show was racist as fuck.
Oh, it is. It still is.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it still shows, but I mean, yeah, up till
I wouldn't know. I don't fucking watch TV, but I used to watch that, and I didn't know it was racist when I was watching it. But at the same time, it was still putting those ideas in my head, right? And
yeah,
that's how it works the best is when you're not aware that it's, you know,
and it even works on other black people. You know, making you worried that you know you got some boogeyman, the black man that's waiting
gonna rob
to
you and kill you.
yeah.
Because that's all you see on the news every night. And I know that's true because my mom and them, they watch the news. They be watching Fox. I don't know what all news stations they watch, but I know that they watch Fox sometimes. And but all those local news stations do the same shit. Oh, it's somebody in your neighborhood and they're gonna break in and kill you tonight because they just broke in and killed your neighbor's house last night. And they're
Yeah,
going house to house.
yeah, exactly.
Some shit like that.
It's just a matter of time. You coming, but
And they believe that shit, and it's fucking. The images are all black folks.
well, yeah, and
That's
that's the
perpetuating.
crazy, and it's crazy that they do have a museum about this, which I guess is brilliant to a certain extent for those who actually listen and understand the depths of what actually happened during those time periods. But I mean, every race has always been every race has the people you need to watch out for. You know, but for it to be broadcast as if this group of people are the ones who are so shallow, so simple minded, so savage that you need to watch out for all if you see dark skin, you need to be worried. And you saw some of the pictures that was there where the black man he trying to get the hell out of here. He see how crazy these these white folks is that's kicked him in his ass while he's leaving doing business. He in a suit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? He in a suit. These other people are just mad because he is who he is, and one of them run out in the middle of the street just to just to kick him in his ass. They know they was the majority in the street right then and there, and he like, look at these crazy mother. He the one that's he the victim. You know what I'm saying? He the one that's should be worried and scared for his life because of the savages that's in the street. But you didn't really see that kind of stuff on TV then. Like now they promote that kind of stuff and show some of the stuff that happened back then. But and I guess if they did during that with that mindset, even if they did show it then, the other white people who saw it didn't see it as no big deal. No, this is yeah, it's good they kicked him in his ass. You know, I don't know. I mean, with a certain type of mindset that they had back then. But you know, if you're spending people, even today, that was something that happened in the past. But even today, like if somebody's going out of the way to demonize somebody, they're probably not as demonic as they're trying to make them out to be. Because if that would be something that's gonna be inherent. If they're demonic, I mean, you are what you are, regardless.
Yep. And you ain't gotta advertise it on TV. Everybody gonna know.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to be offensive, but like it's gypsies, what people would call gypsies, then got kicked out of every damn country they was in.
Mm-hmm.
And it ain't because of no reputation of outside influence.
Well, I mean, there was always a fear of certain people. I mean, even like the native, the Indians, even the dark and the light skinned natives, the Indians that was here when the Europeans came, a lot of them studied voodoo. They demonized a lot of that. Like they had the whole, what was that? The something witch, Salem witch trials and all that kind of stuff. that's where there was actually white women that was learning from some of the indigenous women the voodoo, and now these women got to burn at the stake because they done learned some stuff that they could empower themselves against they men or anybody really. But the white man was a problem for the white women at a certain time too. You know, they was
Still to this day.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
that fucking patriarchal system is not ours. That's theirs. We live under it because we were colonized, and then they try to get everybody else on that shit. Come home and beat your wife type shit. That's not what we was ever on.
yeah.
And kind of separate subject, but when I was talking about the gypsies, I think there's a connection between them and the Ashkenazi Jews too.
How?
I don't know about this. I can't say that this is like some academic stuff. This is just me speculating, but you know, because it's a fake identity, right? Everybody can agree that the Ashkenazi Jews, that's not real, right? That's like a costume. Like the Ashkenazi Jews, like the Israel ones, the ones that dress up.
Well, yeah, no, they're not real. Not they, because I mean, the main thing was that they converted to Judaism at a certain point, so they weren't like the original Jews.
Yeah,
But
they just kind of, and that's what I mean. And they're European, and then I think they come from like the same little areas, because the gypsies moved. They didn't really have a home, and it's kind of like that with the Jews too. I don't know. Like I say, it's just something that I've thought about before, because like I say, it's that identity. You know, it's like, what benefits me today? Do I want to be Ashkenazi Jew, or do I want to be like American white? You know, what's going to give me the best privilege?
that's really what's been happening for a long time. I mean, they did it with Native Americans. A bunch of I'm just going to use the term white people, signed up to be Native Americans a long time ago. I mean, they have the dolls rolls where they pay $5 and now they can be an Indian and get all the benefits that come with being, Native Americans or
And
whatever.
that still happens to this day too.
Yeah.
They are the most best at taking advantage of like a situation, if you will.
Well, I mean, a lot of them are in government. A lot of them are linked to somebody in government or that was in government.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna have to wrap it. I'm tired as hell. Yeah, 4:23.
I'm with you, man. I got to get up early.
And it's 3 a.m.
Yeah.
I don't know what do you want to talk about tomorrow, man? So maybe I could do a little research and pull some shit up.
Nah, if we talk about what I want to talk about, then we ain't gonna have shit to talk about afterwards. We can have shit to talk about, but we won't have a platform to talk about it. So, that's why I leave it up.
The jab and all that. That's what you're talking about?
Yeah, some of it.
Yeah.
I mean, there's new information being put out by the CDC. Deaths, injuries.
I saw some stuff on my timeline too. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You talking about that video you sent me, huh? I think I looked at a little bit of that. Was it a video? It wasn't a video. It was a.
I sent some pictures. It
was pictures. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I looked at that.
And this is stuff that CDC is putting out. This is information that the media, the mainstream media is still not touching. Like this is stuff that's been out for a while.
It's all gonna come out. It has to, because too many people, too much eyes is on this shit. Just like the Wuhan stuff, the Wuhan stuff should have came out. What was that? Early 2020. When did Corona start hitting? It hit us in 2020, right?
Well, I think it was supposed to hit more at the end of 19, like November.
Right. So early. That's what I'm saying. Too early. So, but they knew early 2020, and that's when that information should have came out, but it didn't.
But no,
until
but see, no, this is it's things that's happening from the Shabby. This is
I know
actually
what you're saying. What I'm saying is that the information about that is gonna come out.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I mean, because the Wuhan thing happened, and then they sat on it for a good, I don't know,
Yeah, because they
6
didn't
8
even they
months.
because they didn't even respond like they were supposed to with the outbreak itself. Like
That's what I'm talking about.
yeah. So yeah,
That's exactly what I'm talking about. They
that
sat
stuff
on
to come
that,
out.
and it finally came out. So this stuff here that you're talking about, I think, uh, will come out because, like I said, it's too many people. So, but they have the power over the media to sit on big stories, and then they make it sound lower later. They
But
whisper it
but what?
because once the public already knows and it's already been circulated, then they have to come out and just kind of whisper it and say, yeah, da 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 da. But such and
But
such
what?
and such.
But when they decide to talk about it in January or February, after they've got another couple of million people,
It don't matter. It don't matter anymore.
lined up,
That's the
lined up.
point. That's the point. Because like you say, and then the information that you're talking about is the same thing. Once the truth come out, then maybe at that point it don't matter no more.
I mean, the people who gonna get it or who's on the fence of saying, okay, should I, shouldn't I? That still leaves that window of people that might take the chance of doing it. But if they had the information that's available now, because I mean, I pass it out on private, in my circle, because I mean, anything, because honestly, like a lot of stuff I post on Facebook or whatever, it never shows up, especially stuff like this. Like they already know I'm about that shit. But however, this stuff need to be out to more people, and they need to realize how dangerous, you know, not just the virus is, but both of the V's, how serious both of the V's are. The virus and the vax, both of them are dangerous. So why you need to be getting out equal information. Some people might still decide that it's more, to go one way or they still might decide to go the way they want them, to go. But
Yeah, we can't talk about that because that'll end up being
yeah, I mean, and like I said, that's why I said I'll leave it up to
like New World
But, but,
Order,
but, but, but
world
if
domination.
but if we come, if I come up with something, I send you a message. Maybe we can something that we can dig into.
Yeah, because I'd like to pull out some more like kind of like academic stuff, some books and stuff, because I want to give these people as concrete. I want to make the content as concrete as possible. I want us to be able to share our opinions, but we also need to be able to give these people, you know what I'm saying, cold hard facts with cited,
Well,
sources.
and that's not a problem either.
Yeah. So that's what it is, because it's entertainment, but I'm really focusing on education because I'm trying to motivate these people, and just entertaining them ain't gonna do it. I gotta they and it also needs to be information that I think that a lot of people don't know or whatever, something that
yeah. I mean, because
has
of course,
value.
we need to hit on things that they need, but we also got to have that balance of what they want.
Yeah.
So that's
That's the
trick.
thing. And
That's the trick.
what I've been thinking about heavily is I need to figure out who my audience is on this channel. Like who am I looking for, or who would like this or whatever? Who are they?
Yeah.
And try to figure out who they are so that I can kind of streamline my content a little bit more. I don't know who they are. I don't know who the hell my audience. Who would watch this shit?
Bunch of nerds. Just saying. I mean, shit, we some cool ass nerds. You know what I'm saying? That's all we are. So, I mean,
Yeah, so I guess we need to find the cool nerds. Tell them about the channel.
Yeah. Find a way to get inside of their algorithm. That's the part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Did you check out the clips I made? I made 2 clips. One's like 6 minutes, one's like 4 minutes. That's part of the reason why I'm tired. I stayed up last night making them.
Nah, I hadn't. This week I've been more so focused on my truck.
I'm gonna do a couple more.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do a couple more and promote them probably because I think that helps a lot with the page.
Well, yeah, I mean, and when you get them done, I mean, let me know, and that way I can go to them and I can send it out on my social media to get to some of my folks too.
Yeah, check them out. I got 2 that I posted. You know how to go. You know how to look at the videos. You know how to go to the page. Yeah. Check them out. I got them under the shorts. I got them under the clips. They're gonna pop up right at the top because they're the last 2 I just did. So.
Yeah. No, that's not a problem. I mean, I just didn't know you did anything new like that. But
yeah, I did them this morning, like last night, early this morning, and like I said, I'm gonna do a couple more, and these little short clips I think are gonna be what'll help make the channel grow because this content of 4.5 hours is really hard to get somebody to chew on that,
Yeah, well, that's the thing, because I mean, if we I think it really should be probably maybe 2 hours.
Yeah.
At the most, and even if we have our 4, maybe be able to split it up and
2
make
videos.
Yeah.
And then kind of streamline the content too, because we kind of be all over the place. I try to do segments, but I also want the conversations to be free flowing. So I try to find a balance in free flowing conversation and segments. So
yeah.
What do you think about that though? What do you think about the channel and like ways that we could improve it,
I don't know. I mean, I guess if we're trying to be, because I mean, if we're just commentary, on current events or even past events, then this is the way to do it. But I mean, if you're trying to have it, set up a different way, I mean, I guess we just explore what's the best way for that, for that whatever idea it is,
Right, the format.
Yeah.
So, I do want to do that. I'm thinking of like having different shows as far as a different kind of theme, like, and we can call the show something else. You get what I'm saying? And we'll be doing something a bit different.
Yeah, it could be it could be a whole nother show on this network.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. At some point that's what I want to do, but I have no idea what that would look like.
Well, I think that because once the main thing is to try to build up enough people on, we stick with this for a while, and then once you get enough people that's actually tuning in to the network, then we can kind of spread that out, and then like they'll get the notifications and whatever of the new show when it comes out. So I mean, it's I mean, I've seen, there's a lot of people that's done it so far that we can, kind of look at and see how they did it. Because I mean, one of the people that I've been paying attention to that's doing probably one of the biggest is Joe Budden. The Joe Budden podcast, and then it went to the Joe Budden Network. He's got girls on pretty much the same kind of topics, but just from a female perspective. So
he's been on it for a minute though. I mean, like as long as I can remember, it takes a while to get to that level because I've been seeing him and they had him on networks or something. I want to say he was on something because before he started doing his own thing, he was doing that same thing, but for somebody else.
Well, yeah, he's been podcasting for a while with I know he moved from Spotify to Apple and like, doing all this other stuff, but you know,
And I only check him out every now and then. Like, sometimes I agree with his point of view, but his stuff is really fluffy
well,
stuff.
no,
I
no,
don't.
he's safe. Like that's the thing. I mean, I guess you have to be to a certain extent.
Right. If you want that, see, like I was saying in my other video, I don't expect this channel to grow to like 350K subscribers. This is not the type of channel. This is not the topics, the stuff and I want to keep it that way. I want to keep it that we're talking
Well,
about fringe stuff that like hardly anybody is talking about on the internet.
but
So I
no,
can
I
find
mean,
my niche.
I think it can. I think it just we need to, yeah, and that's a niche. But I mean, we could very easily get. I mean, 300,000 is not a lot. I mean, if we talking about getting over 1 million or this, 200, 2 million, 10 million, and all that kind of stuff. But I think that
You think 350K is doable with this kind of content?
yeah, I mean, it's just we got to be real though. We got we might have to have our codes of what we say and what we don't say, but we still got to be able to get the
Yeah, so that's
message.
a good idea. Try to think of words that we can use so that we could talk about certain subject that we want to talk about so that we can kind of dodge it. That's a
Yeah.
really good idea.
I mean, that's what others are doing. I mean, even Black Magic, 363,
Mm-hmm.
that he's got his niche, because he's doing mostly metaphysics and stuff like that.
Right.
Which some of those hard to talk about subjects come up sometime.
And
He's gotten shut down a couple
Mhm.
times, but
And we touch on a lot of that stuff too that they touch on that channel. But I want to say I definitely want to distinguish myself from the Hotep crowd. You know what I'm saying? As much as I love some of the figures in there, Cynator and Blue Pill, Red Pill, but I don't want to.
yeah, I get down with it. Sonetta, I think he's kind of played himself out.
Yeah, they all have their value at a certain extent as far as like having something to say to add to the conversation. Everybody's got value as far as that, and this guy's been out there for a minute, so he's not a dumbass. And a lot of these guys do read a lot of books, but I want to distinguish myself from them and keep it more on factual, more historical type, because I'm more academic. So
Yeah.
like some of the stuff that they do would be not considered academic. You get what I'm saying? Because you have to be able to have some kind of evidence to back up what you're saying or whatever. You get what I'm saying? You can't just pull some shit out of the air. Again, no disrespect to those guys. I love a lot of those guys and I watch their content. But for me on my channel, I prefer to stay in the realm of stuff that you can research, stuff that you can look up, stuff that you can back up, and then when I do speculate, I'll say I'm speculating or whatever. But for them, I want these people to be activists. I don't see in a lot of those channels, what they're doing is they're just selling people stuff, and like again, no disrespect to these guys, but it's not about the content. A lot of them, because they've covered all of these guys. I don't want to say their names, but they've been on the internet forever. They've covered all the content. They've expressed all the content pretty much that they have. You know what I mean?
Well, but at the same time, I think that's one of the reasons why they're able to keep their stuff going is they're selling merch because a lot of people want to get something for the money. A lot of people don't really believe they get free fluff, free information. It may not be the best information for free, but then actually being able to come and do this,
it costs money. This costs me money. It costs me money to do this show because I have to pay for programs and all of this stuff monthly. So, but no, I believe that they have created a whole like Hotep industry where they're just selling people stuff. Like they kind of entertain them to sell them stuff. They're not trying to help the community, if that makes any sense.
Well,
They're leeching off the community
I
for the
think
most
that I
part.
think there's some that may live in that realm, but I think a lot of them, they're like the products that they sell is things that actually is to benefit the people. I mean, especially if you get into the market of where you got uh stuff that's health. When you're talking about this whole virus, and then it's like, well, look, I got this such and such. It is to help, but it's helping everybody. It helps you stay well, and it helps their pockets. I don't, I mean,
I just
I'm
I
not one of
used
those
to
that's
think
against capital.
I
Like,
used to think that way, the way you think, I swear, about that subject. I used to think exactly that way. But I don't know, it's just that, my perspective has changed on that. I don't I think that most of those guys are not trying to help the community, and the products that they're selling don't help the community either. It's
well, the
all just
few, the few,
capitalism. It's
I
all
think
profit.
I think the few that do exploit, that's only here to exploit, makes it bad for some of those who are actually here to help. Because I think the majority, just like in most situations,
And
like
then the
we have our black white conversations. I do believe that majority of white people are, fair or good. You know what I'm saying? But the few that's totally against you want to
they
chop your
give them
neck.
a bad rap, just
Yeah,
like the black people. But what I'll
exactly.
say is that the names, once the names get, the bigger the names are in that community, like let's say Brother Polite, or
That's the first one that
Doc,
everybody thinks of because
Dr. Umar.
that's the sec. Well, that's
He's a
he. Those are the first two that usually come up in people, because I mean we still
Those are
don't
the
have a
biggest
school.
names. Those are
We
the
still
biggest
don't have the
names,
school,
and they
and
clearly been,
one is in jail for molestation.
both of them rich as fuck too.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't know about Umar. I don't know about Umar, but Polite definitely is. He got his. He
He
got the
showed
paper.
Umar is smarter than Polite.
You think so?
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
He no. I mean, what, because of his college degrees?
Not just because of that. You could tell by the way he moves. And look, Polite be all on the internet showing all his guns and showing off money and his watches and shit. That's why probably I'm thinking in your mind that you think that Polite is so much more rich. I think Umar is in the same category with him. It's just that Polite flashes more. Umar is smarter. He's not, because again they keep saying where's the school. He can't show up with these
No,
watches.
well, no. The reason why I say that is because there's one who doesn't care. Somebody's getting out there and talking about nobody that don't support me. That means he ain't getting no money in. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
that's his ploy. That's his game. That's how he does it. That's how he does it. They're giving him money. He wants more, 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 more.
Well,
It'll
no, I
never
mean,
be
no.
enough.
I know that he has some people that support. That, a few people that's supporting him, but there must be something else going on over
That's his
on
game.
Polite's side.
That's his whole game. His whole game is, it's like a church, bro. That's exactly what it is.
No, it definitely is. I know,
The
but that's what
building
I'm trying.
fund,
But
the
Umar is the church in the woods.
the energy fund.
Polite is the church on the city corner. I'm just trying to tell you. There's
Well,
a
polite
I
make his money in other ways too, but you have to understand that nigga Umar, he get paid for his speaking engagements, huge
yeah.
checks.
When he was making some money when people wanted to see him, but now, like, people don't believe in him as much because it's showing his true colors are showing. Like,
I don't think so, bro. I think that dude still packs out wherever the hell he is going to speak.
the few places that he goes, he's not. He at one time he could say that he was the most sought out speaker. What would he say? Intellectuals or whatever. Like, everybody wanted him to come, speak, but that was a period. that shit is gone. Nobody really wants to hear from him like that anymore.
I don't think so. I think there's a huge amount of people that still fuck with Umar.
Okay.
Heavy. But I get what you're saying. The internet is more aware of him because that's the meme. The memes I get mostly are making fun of him, or it's just funny because of his face, and like they use like a white person doing something and they show his faces. He's becoming a meme. He's
Well,
becoming a meme.
I'm gonna tell you, Polite is one of those guys where his following is more cultish, and
Them
for
niggas is
yeah,
yes, I agree
for
with you on that.
for Umar,
Super serious.
yeah, for Umar because it's more
They
intellectual or
can,
whatever.
yeah,
Most
they're
most most
kind
people
of
who
liberals.
looking for people who's looking for was looking for what he was saying. They need to see some proof at some point.
Yeah, and these are also, like I say, the liberals. So they're kind of slimy as far as they'll flip and flop, and they'll
Well,
be
and
crazy supporting you today, and tomorrow will be like
and
trying
I
to
was
cancel
I
you.
would also add this: if based on Umar, if he's really getting any money right now, it's based on him trying to, you know, like he would be a part of that whole black, agenda, like to keep people in almost in the same little boat that they've been in,
He
kind of like a Roland
it's
Martin and
exactly. And Roland Martin probably does more for the community than and as much as I don't like Roland Martin. I would say that Roland Martin probably does more for the community than Dr. Umar does.
like what. I mean, I don't. I mean, I don't know if that's even something that you can like quantify.
You can.
Like
You can quantify it because it's simply about money and how much money you fucking help the community with. Dr. Umar, Roland Martin don't give away money, but he supports black like media types. You know
yeah,
what I'm
'cause he
saying?
supports it because he's won and he wants to be able to get more, advertising dollars for
But he
him.
don't have to. He don't have to. He's got a huge platform. He uses small people, and that it not only it gives them a platform, but it pays them. They get paid to do his show, and they also gives them a platform to grow their shows. I haven't seen Dr. Umar do anything.
Yeah, nah, he's not that type. He's a selfish dude, in my opinion.
Yeah, and that's the problem because what I was gonna say was this is like it's really tough. This is really tough. It kind of goes along with what I was saying about the superhero and the villain because you try to help your people and you go down that road and they frustrate the shit out of you and then you just decide to open a church. You get what I'm saying? I mean, it's super sad. It's super sad because that's how I feel sometimes. Like I really do. That's how I know where these people be thinking, how Polite and Umar is thinking. Like they probably really did genuinely want to help the community. You know what I mean? At some point. It was just that at some point they realized I'm spinning my wheels. So I might as well just get paid.
Yeah, I might see it a little bit different because, I see some of these guys who saw the whole. Because I mean, you got to realize where a lot of this stuff started. Like New York, 125th, all that little area where there was a bunch of stuff where I think they had some genuine people that
Right
existed.
there where red and blue pill be hanging out still to this day.
Well, they don't anymore. Like they done got out of the city. Like one I think is in Georgia, the other one mainly be in Texas. Like you probably could run up on Red Pill
Oh
any
yeah.
day.
I
Yeah.
don't follow their stuff as much as I used to. So yeah. And I don't really
But
watch yeah.
but the whole thing is that some of these guys that was out there, they saw where they could actually benefit totally where they could benefit from this whole woke
Exactly.
sector So, and that's where polite, I believe, came out of trying to, he didn't have genuine care for the people. It was to manipulate. That's why he was able to, his whole idea was to make money from the jump. So as soon as he could, he did. He picked certain little beefs with different people, so that he can
Yeah,
gather his crowd.
that could have
And
been his plan, because you don't never know what's in somebody's heart. But I remember early polite. He had me, bro. I was listening to him, bro. He had some good
no,
shit.
but the thing, I listened to all of them, and
Yeah,
that's why I think I can kind of critique a lot of what's going on even today, because like I wasn't there when all the stuff began. Like a lot of this stuff came into my realm
because
within the last few years.
I would even
But
say polite kind of guided me a bit on my spiritual journey back in the day. My black righteousness, or black awareness, or awakeness, or however you want to look at it. He was one of the first people I was hearing talking like that, and it would get me all emotional. I'd be like, "Damn, it could sound like
well,
Malcolm X."
yeah, he a good preacher. You know what I'm saying? He know how to get he had that. He has a gift. It's just that it wasn't actually used properly.
Yeah, because it's not used to help the community at all. He's just trying to get rich, and it worked. It worked.
Yeah.
But look what the community. Look what happens to you. You can't just. That's karma, right? I mean, like, that's just what happens, right? You can't just keep on. He's like 6'9" before 6'9" was 6'9". Polite, because
He
what I mean.
snitching.
No, not on that. On the trolling, and
Oh
basically
yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
fucking
Definitely.
over people constantly, because he had a fairly early on, he started to get a reputation of fucking over people. Like a lot of people complaining, like they would pay him for something and he wouldn't give it to them, or whatever
Well,
it was, something
yeah.
like that. He was defrauding people. So the thing
The
is, he's
the whole thing with those books, he had some books that was coming out, and he almost had like a what they call like a pyramid scheme or a Ponzi scheme through the books, because like he'll probably getting paid, like probably trying to robbing Peter to pay Paul. So somebody orders a book here, he'll go and use that money to send out the books for some other people, and do it like he had a couple of books that was going out at the same time. Some people didn't get it, and this, that, like it was a bunch of crap. So I mean, I can't say,
yeah.
like, at some point I believed him
Yeah.
too,
So
but
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Before, early on, I did, and then I started seeing all this stuff. Like I say, what I was about to say is him walking around with the bodyguard all the time. Like, it's a lot of famous people out there, a lot of paid people out there who don't have to walk around with a 24 fucking hour fucking bodyguard. And then how much money are you making to be able to pay for this damn 24-hour ass bodyguard? You know,
he definitely was making
you got
millions.
you got government officials who don't walk around with 24-hour bodyguards. So, but what that tells you is that it's a lot of people want to touch him. A lot of people are mad at him for him fucking over a lot of people. So he feels like he really like. That's why I compared him to 6ix9ine. Not that the snitching, but fucking over a bunch of people. Knowing when it's a bunch of motherfuckers out there that want to put your hands on you, then that's when you want to have a 24-hour bodyguard.
Oh yeah, that's definitely words to live by. Because I mean, if if you being honest, I mean, if you get love everywhere you go,
You don't need it.
why waste money on something
What's his name from the Matrix? What's his name? Neo from the Matrix. That dude still rides the subway in New York. And that shit, that's dangerous for you and me.
anybody? Yeah, yeah.
And I'm poor as hell. But the streets probably know him. He obviously, good people. And that's
But
what I be.
but at the same time, he done whoop so much ass on TV, on movies
They
and
might be
shit.
scared.
And yeah, they might be like, oh shit, that shit didn't come from nowhere.
I don't think it's that, but he did actually learn some martial arts. But I don't think it's that. I think it's that the hood It's the hood code. I was talking about with somebody about how that the Europeans, because they feel like when nobody's written shit down, that they don't have no organization and shit like that. But it's like in the hood, it's a bunch of unwritten rules or written codes, you know? And like one of them is the dude that's a cool dude that don't bother nobody, who's good to the community. You don't rob that guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how the streets are now. I'm saying from when, I mean, I ain't no street nigga, but when I was younger, you know what I mean? I could see this stuff where like, and then it protects me to this day, you know, for the people that know me, the streets know me. That dude, I know that dude. He, you know, this dude walk his daughter to school every freaking morning. I see this dude walk his daughter. They don't know me, but they know me because they see me. You know what I'm saying? This dude walks his daughter to school every freaking morning. He comes down this damn street. Don't fuck with that dude. Don't fuck with him. You know what I'm saying? It's just that's how it goes. That's just how it goes.
Well,
you know, fuck with that. You always fuck with the people who are not from around here. Like that's why it's dangerous to be a tourist and shit like that. Because like, oh, we don't know this motherfucker. He clearly, you know, yes. Because so that's what I mean. The regular mom, like, nah, that's Tebow's mom. Don't fuck with that house right there. That's Tebow's mom. Do not fuck with that house. If I find out, because the streets know, that's another thing I be telling my daughter all the time, because the cops don't know shit what's going on. Whatever happens, it don't matter what happens. Somebody got killed, somebody got robbed, drugs, laced drugs, whatever it is, the streets, I don't know how they know. The streets fucking know. So the nigga be like, you break into that house, anybody breaks into that fucking house. Nigga, I'm coming for your ass, bro. Yeah. Don't fuck with that house right there. That's Tebow mama house. I don't want to hear nothing about no shit happening at that house. Fuck with the house, that house, fuck with that house, fuck with that house. Do not fuck with this house, because if you do, I'm fucking coming. I'm fucking coming. I'm coming. Mm-hmm. And I'm finna dig in your ass. That's the streets. Yeah. And sometimes that don't even need to be said, because if you know Tebow he's a community leader or whatever. He's like everybody loves him for whatever reason. You know, when everybody loves you, that means you're good to the community for whatever. You're good to them. Yeah. So they love you. So then, like I say, it's unwritten rule. They don't have to say, "Don't fuck with this house." Everybody in the hood gonna know that's Tebow's house. He good to us. You know, because so the hood protects you kind of like that. Like the kids that's hanging out in front of the house, you know, they young, but they know about this dude and they know he takes care of the community. They see some dudes running up looking like they finna try to do something. They're going to be like, whoa, 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 whoa. Not up in here, bro. Not here. Yeah. Anyways, we were supposed to wrap it fucking hour ago, bro. I'm gonna go. Man. Peace and love, man. Think about what you want to do for the show tomorrow, man. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I got time, so I can put together a show tomorrow. All right. Well, that's cool. Like I said, if I come up with any ideas, I'm gonna be brainstorming throughout the day. So just hit me with whatever. For sure. All right, man. Peace and love. All right, bro. Peace.